I wonder why I hadn't seen anyone chat on YouTube. That's why. Sorry, YouTube. Speaking of free spices, all the care package content's on Discord now actually wants stuff. 200 free melange. Hello, Phantom. Good to see you. I'm sorry you didn't get a notification. That'll be Twitch. Sandcrawling is for guilds and groups. Sandcrawling is no. If you are a solo player, just drop a DM into one of the like Discord channels or onto the actual server. Look for someone else to sandcrawl with. There will be someone. There will 100% be someone. Why do I scan all the deep desert? So Manakimi, what I'm going to do today is scan just the PvP area of the deep desert. It makes it easier for navigating for PvP reasons. It means that I can help other people out if there are problems. It also means I have views of things like the ringmass, etc. Originally, I came out here just to grab the scans of the sectors that had the loot caves in. So you can see over here that I scanned D8 because there'll be a loot cave somewhere in here. At a guess. So originally I came out here to do that plan, but I actually loaded up to do all the deep desert. I'm not going to do it all today because the PvE area isn't really important. What's my take on the Chapter 3 content? It was a good storyline setup for the next stuff. I'm really excited now for the Water Shippers expansion that we're going to get in a few months' time. Because that's a whole area of Dune that we've never like seen visually represented anywhere. It's obviously talked about in the books and the lore. But I'm really excited now to see this new Water Shippers area, to see the Northern Zone, if that's still the plan. Because that was really cool. Chapter 4 is going to make or break the game. I think, to be honest, Chapter 3 would have made or break the game because they needed this PvE endgame overhaul because there was no PvE endgame. You know, we were level 200. We had all of the blueprints that we wanted, the tiers we wanted. There was no progression left in the game for me to even choose whether to engage with or not. At least now I can choose what I engage with in terms of content. Hello, Carforth. All is good, thank you. Hope that you are doing well. God damn. Frustrating, but fine. Been in the hospital a few days. Morgan out. I hope that you are doing better. Jeez. You wish there was an assault-flopped version of the bigger buggy boot, but yeah, perfectly viable to combat for the spice. You need. I'm going to be honest with you. 2,000 storage on the assault is pretty decent. I do not understand why they didn't have the ability to allow people to start races against each other. Because how are you going to set the waypoints and how are you going to tell the server where the automatic endpoint of that race is? People could just race already. People just needed to make that content themselves. Anyone managed to get up to the 40% increased compact area yet? Not me, Demers, no. I'm not pushing the gathering tree though, so. This area is just trolling me now. It is, you're just greedy? Yeah, exactly. I bet Joy will make some events. She did say what kind of events they made before in June. Joy will likely do events, yeah. I mean, they would do some building ones. I just don't have the capacity to arrange that with everything else that I do. Like, just remember that I stream full time, I work full time, I have, you know, friends, family, my own life I need to also attend to. I can't also do all of these events and stuff all the time because I have work to do. You just bought an Atreides construction kit and it's unfair. They have so many cool variations. The nice thing is, though, that you can, as Harkonnen, still build as Atreides. So it's not really unfair at all because you still have access as a Harkonnen to all of those same building things. You got nowhere to post your Dune builds? Why not in the Dune channel of the Discord? And if you want someone to post your Dune builds, why not just ask me for that? Wait, where I can't send photos? I think nowhere in my Discord has photos turned off, so I don't know why you would think that. Dune feed, Dune general. Unless they've turned off sending pictures, I'd be very, very surprised, because it's not something I ever disable. What are you... Yeah, I don't... Yeah, you've got the Dune general chat in Discord. You should be able to upload in that. Under, like, members have the ability to post links, etc. So there's nothing restricting you on a role basis. You've got everyone has attached files, so I don't know what's going on. You tried ages ago, but now you can? Discord. I'm just gonna put that down to Discord. You know what Discord's like, it's a piece of shit. Although, all this stuff about Discord, I mean, I'm sure some of you have seen, Discord requiring face verification is wild. Given how badly they fucked up before, in October, the idea that they would be requiring it of all server owners, etc. is gonna be horrifying. Welcome on in, One Proud. Thank you very much for the raid of 4 people. I hope that you were enjoying Dune. Dune crashed 4 times today. You don't want to deal with it? Okay, if I have the same problem, I'll switch games. I do have another game that I want to try out. How many of you in chat know what Project Zomboid is? It's a very commonly heard of game. A lot of people will know about it. There's a game that's similar to that, which is less painful. Oh, the ads are here. I'll be back after the ads. You guys enjoy. There's a game called Humanity, which is out, which is apparently like Project Zomboid light and less painful. Yeah, we'll wait for after the ads. Yeah, exactly. Water, stretching, do a big de-scrungling chat. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. De-scrungle thine spines. Think this world apart. It's like an Armageddon in my head until there's nothing left. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. I hope that you are doing well. You got the House Rapier. For you, it's not too bad, but you think they agree the average player, the parry window is too small? Yes, actually, I think my issue is that the weapon itself still feels good, and it still does a lot of damage. It's still a good weapon, but it is just not as good as every other weapon, which has a much larger parry window. And that's the problem. You've made this parrying-focused weapon, but actually every other weapon is easier to parry with in melee. So before the ads hit here, I was asking people if they'd ever seen or heard of Project Zomboid, which is a kind of a reasonably well-known top-down isometric style, I think, zombie survival game. Imagine DayZ, but you've tilted the camera up so that it's top-down rather than, you know, first-person view. That's kind of where you're at with Zomboid. Humanity is kind of similar. So it's like that, but it's less gritty realism and less punishing than Zomboid. A few of my friends like Bloody Drongo, etc. have been playing it recently and have very positive experiences of it. So if Dune does get too fucky later on today, we will switch to that and I'll try that out. It could be good. Could be a good little bit of fun. Hello, Balthazar. Hello, Stephen, over on YouTube. Thank you very much for being there. Apologies that YouTube did not start itself properly today. I don't really know why that happened. OBS has been having a couple of issues with the multi-stream starting, so that might be why. Not a zombie fan, tend to avoid them. We'll drop in and see what you're doing with that game. If I do it, coupled, it's the backup game. Otherwise, I'll play it off stream. It's just in terms of enemies. There's also raiders and other people in it. It's very like 7 Days to Die or DayZ, but as a top-down game, which will be interesting. I've not tried either of those games for a very long time. It could be fun. If not, then there's other things. There's all other kinds of games out at the moment. Come on. Yeah, man. I've been hearing very good things about Cairn, but I don't know if I've got the patience for something like Cairn. I can try Sims. I'm all right, thank you. I've never really enjoyed the gameplay loops in Sims. If I was gonna play Sims, I would play a game a bit more like, you know, X3 or X4, which are kind of like you basically manage a sim, or like you basically manage a space company, and your job is to, you know, do stuff inside of those, like a universe sim, rather than, you know, running just one individual character and just living as a sim. Because I just feel like Sims is just real life, but like convenient. You spend 99% of your Sims character creation. Yep, I can see that. Elite Dangerous. I don't have any intention to play Elite just yet. I think the space game I will play first, because I promised chat, is Star Citizen, so I need to arrange with Mahudos when I'm going to do that. If that's not good and there's elements of that which are good, then I'll switch to doing Elite at some point, maybe. I haven't played Elite for a very long time. You learned a lot about house managing with Sims. I learned about torturing your Sims by removing the stairs from swimming pools in Sims. Yeah, that's a very important learning environment. I'll love SC. I don't know. I haven't played Star Citizen. I haven't checked it out since it was in version... Did this not scan? I think 3.5 was when the last time I played Star Citizen, so a very long time ago. And obviously with what we've seen with Ashes recently, I have some concerns around SC and how it all works. Ultimately, they keep bringing in a large amount of money, but is their operating expenses actually sensible? Is it, you know, actually a sustainable project? I don't know. So I'd be interested in seeing how much development they've made. You came in at 3.18 and it's changed so much even since then? Interesting, yeah. So coming in at 3.5. And I'd played before in previous versions. That's the last time I checked the game out as an update. I backed back in, I want to say like 2013. Avorion is very good. I've enjoyed Avorion. Moo is planning on playing Elite. Sweet. Oh yeah, SC is very... I don't even think SC is in beta. I think SC is in alpha. As far as I understand it, they're still years away from their full release. Although I did hear some news that their single-player game was launching this year or next year, 26 or 27. Squadron 42. I could be imagining it, but I seem to recall Squadron 42 coming some point soon. This year, with Quite the Stars. Well, I mean, yeah, they've obviously got a lot of motion captured, very, very high ranking actors who are involved in it. I'm interested, yeah. If Squadron 42 is coming out this year, I know that Star Citizens have largely been used as a testing platform for systems used in Squadron 42. I am interested in seeing where that ends up and how that ends up. That could be interesting, yeah. Big sniff chat. Oh, delightful. Wait, that's not cinnamon pan Miyagi. No! Oh, excuse me. That big, the big sniff ins made me get a real tickly cough. Too much spice? What do you mean too... Sorry, those words don't make sense together. Too much spice? No, it doesn't. It couldn't be me. Doesn't compute. Trying to get a smudge off of my screen. It looks like a plume of smoke in the distance where I keep cleaning it. There we go. That's a bit better. Do it with a tissue which is clean rather than just kind of trying to get the smudge off with your finger because, you know. I don't like that. I'm gonna move. There's never too much spice, you end up tripping balls. You end up seeing alternate timelines. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. If you've taken enough spice to see alternate timelines, that's how you know that you're doing spice well, right? That's how that goes. If it's fine for Paul Atreides, why is it not fine for me? If Timothy Chalamet can trip on spice, then why can't you, chat? Or you eventually become a worm god, so be it. If I have to become a worm god, then fine. If that's my destiny now that my spine is failing, then so be it. So be it. Not much I can do there. Who is this Paul Atreides in which you speak? Sorry, it's Ariste's spice-laden timeline brother.
Sector weather alert.
That's rude. I didn't consent to there being a sandstorm in 7 minutes. That's very unfair. This action does not have my consent. Someone on the elector counts. And if those of you who don't know Warhammer Total War, that is Karl Franz. It's he's a very, very grumpy bastard. Read a grace
Sector
from
weather
the
alert.
sun.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
That wasn't a whole minute. That means it's probably coming diagonally. or straight across from the far side. Game. Ooh. Reduce sandstorm damage 15%. I might do something dumb in the sandstorm, chat. How do we feel about me doing something dumb in the sandstorm? Look, my ornithopter is nodding. Okay, we'll try. We'll see about doing something dumb during the sandstorm. That's doable.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Dumb is content. I guess you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I like that there seems to be a lot more flower sand around today, so it's more visible. For some reason, yesterday we just couldn't see any of the flower sand when we were flying around. I feel like we are flying directly into the storm. It's likely a horizontal cross in the GEF band. Not dumb, just potential short. There is that. Yeah, it could be interesting if something goes wrong. I mean, things would never go wrong, right? Right.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's definitely not a minute. Can you fly through a sandstorm? Does it outright destroy your Thopter? Pretty much will destroy your Thopter, unless you're doing it the right way. But with the skills that we've got which reduce sandstorm damage, which you can see here, the most recent one we unlocked yesterday, I might just see if I can do it. You shouldn't be driving while, you shouldn't be flying while high, Phantom. That's for sure.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It went to combat, didn't expect you to. I've actually kind of spread it around quite a lot because getting to 10 in crafting was important. I'm not going to bother with gathering. This is actually helpful over time. Over every 4 days, that's a free mission's worth of scripts. That'll add up. Most of what I'm doing now is going to be balancing combat and exploration, I think. Combat is very useful to level up. That increase of damage by 1% per level it cannot be slept on. That and the damage mitigation. At level 100, you'll have 50% damage mitigation. That's insane. Oh yeah, that's about as head-on as it gets. Oh my god, I've just seen the song that's up next. That's hilarious.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay. Through the sandstorm at full pelt. I'm brave. I'm brave except when the lightning strikes, then I'm a little bit less brave. How about that? Flip. Very, very minimal wing damage. Done. Proven. Works. Storm is no longer scary. We are too powerful for the storm. Can't see. I showed you the integrity. We're at 71% after flying around the deep desert and flying through that storm. How is that a change or upgrades? Some of that is the height at which you fly. You take less damage from the sandstorm the higher up you are inside of the sandstorm broadly. So up around 900, you'll take the smaller percentage. There is also the fact that I've got reduced amount of damage from the sandstorm full stop. Ultra wasn't like to see. There was nothing to see. It didn't even change color. There was nothing to see. The thing that I showed you that showed you the integrity was visible in the middle of the screen is this one. Oh wait, no, that's not visible in the middle of the screen. My bad. Well, hang on, let's do this next. And then I can show you this. Okay, well, it's 70%. Wonder if I can catch it up. I'm chasing the sandstorm now. Yeah, you'll likely not get hit by lightning if you're up that high as well, yes. Yeah, this is the Kronos boss music inside of Dune. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys knew that. Yeah, see, the storm is running away from me. Oh yeah, it's very funny watching someone try and fly through with the carrier box when they don't know what they're doing. Yeah. I will be honest with you, the only reason, chat, that I feel comfortable flying through the storm like that is because A, I've done it a bunch of times, B, I'm an idiot, and C, like, I'm just kind of in it for the memes. Don't do that unless you know what you're doing. Don't do that when there's stakes, would be my advice to you. Never try doing that for the first time when you need to. Try practicing that for the first time before it's an emergency. So don't just kind of... If you're out there and you get caught in a sandstorm, you are better off in this ornithopter, and I would have been significantly better just finding shelter in one of these islands and taking my ornithopter inside, because that's going to be so much more doable. So if you're doing the viewers egging you on, you know what, Pandorica, you're actually not wrong. Yes, that egging me on is definitely like a feature. But I will instead show you the better way of dealing with a level of risk like that, because we were on our way to scan this location when the storm basically hit us. So we had, like, you know, we had 7 minutes of warning, but if we'd had 30 seconds of warning, what I would have suggested doing would have been doing this. So you see this here actually has a really nice like kind of undercroft area. If I'd been desperate and worried, what I would have done is I would have aimed to do this. You chuck this in here, we can get this into the backup tool. And this, as you can see on the left of my screen, counts as enclosed. So if I stood here, we could just watch the storm. Our ornithopter is safe. We could have done a far safer option. This is the safest option, but I know that I'm an idiot. So I figured that you guys would want to see the storm being risked. But like, if you're out and about and you're in exactly the same situation I was just in, this is actually the better option. So just to be aware that you don't have to do what I just did. That's not a risk that you should take unless you absolutely have to. You can just hide underneath one of those. You could have used a still 10 too since you're in a scout. I could have used a still 10, but I don't have one on me. I don't bother carrying them anymore. Because there's now so many little islands in the deep desert that you don't need the still tent. I don't think the still tent has a place anymore in the game because of how often you're either in a base or safe. It's sad. not worth it. Not worth the carry weight. Now, if you had, and this is what I think that the game should allow you to do, I think every ornithopter should have 5 slots that let you keep something like a compactor, a still tent, potentially a water leiter-john in it, so that your thopter has basically what you call like a survival kit on the side. I think that that's where the still tent should be, realistically. My view is halved. You know why they added so much land? To make ground vehicles actually have a place in the deep desert, but again, in order to do that, you need deep desert. You need no-fly zones. Ooh. That's not the survey probe launcher. 26 meters needed. Okay. Well, oh, this one's gonna suck. Oh, come on, that's just unreasonable. Half of the cutting points are below the sand. You can't even get to the good loot that's down there. This is ass. Dude, this isn't where you park. This isn't... You can't park here like this. Like, this is just a bad parking job. That's just downright rude. I'm going to be honest with you. Downright rude. Jeez, really? Look. Will you actually come for that? I probably need a thumper. That's really annoying. Oh, that frustrates the hell out of me. Fine, I guess it makes sense, but at the same time, like... I might actually come back with a thumper specifically for that wreck. What are we in? We're in Gulf 5. Ocean, thank you so much for that 9-month reset, buddy. You are awesome. I hope that you're doing well. Ocean, are you coming back to the game at some point? Are you planning? I know that obviously you enjoyed game a lot launch, but when the PvP died off, you lost a lot of interest. But yeah, that Gulf 5 one is not the best. The Electric Lab is by far the easiest. Once you take time to learn the boss rooms patterns, is the easiest to farm. That sucks. Please tell me you're going for the wreck. I disagree with you that the Lightning one is the best one, because the performance of the Lightning Dungeon is very, very intermittent for players still. And I don't think that it's fair and it's right to suggest people that the easiest dungeon is the one with the worst performance in it currently. When they fix the performance issues, maybe. But people not being able to see the risks, people not being able to actually, not being able to dodge because the flash doesn't happen, people getting stutters in there because of the number of graphical things that are going on. It's currently the worst dungeon for performance for most people, so I can't recommend the Lightning Dungeon. I would say the Fire Dungeon is the easiest, especially at level 1. You can clear that really easy. The whole community will disagree. There are edge cases where people can't see the visual bugs in a lot of labs. The whole community will disagree. I can safely tell you that the whole community doesn't disagree. Most of the issues that I've seen, people are having issues with hitboxes on the bosses still in the Lightning one. Have you not seen the video in the Lightning of the boss being invulnerable during the Lightning one? Phantom, I thought you were here. If you tell me that I can safely recommend that to new players, I can't recommend that to new players. If there's a boss that has undisclosed invulnerability windows and has a bad hitbox, I cannot recommend that to players trying to get into the new DLC. The fire one doesn't have the same kind of things. Sprint and stamina issues in fire? Potentially, but if you've got your rad suit on, you're fine. Maybe the video again on the link. Someone else will have to find it. But we passed it across the devs. Like, it was a whole thing, Phantom. Do this. Now I'm having to derail the stream to get a clip that you could find yourself in my own clip list. Just to be clear, not very hard for you to find your clips while I'm live. Me finding them takes longer. Copy link. Here you go. No, that's fine. That's not the right button. There you go. That's the clip that I sent to the devs. You can very clearly see there are just invulnerability windows that the boss doesn't have, that doesn't take damage midway through their phase when they should be vulnerable. You tell me that I can recommend that to players who are wanting to get into the DLC, and I'll be very surprised, because I can't recommend any dungeon where that is taking place. And because we don't know the source of it, then I can't tell you how to avoid it. So, that one was difficult. Like, how do I justify telling people to do the lightning one when that is an issue with the boss? Your new Station 24. Station 24 is the Darkness one. I love the Darkness one. Darkness one, very, very good. I really enjoy that one. Don't jump in the quicksand, but I really like the Darkness one. How to make it to level 1 in the testing station. When you go into one of the new overland testing stations, Carforth, there'll be you'll have to press your hand against a scanner. That scanner will let you select which level of difficulty you want, level 1 to 5 at the start, and then once you've done 5, you can do 6. Thank you, Balthazar. It is indeed rude parking, keeping the loot from me. I'll be very honest, I'm going to discount private server bugs. Not saying it's an issue, I'm not sorry what happens, but I've not seen any bugs you guys have anywhere else. That's interesting, because we've got exactly the same version of the game as on the public servers. So why we would be having hitbox issues that the main servers, that the public servers aren't having, would mean that Dune or Funcom are pushing out asymmetric patches for their versions, which doesn't make a lot of sense. You've not seen that electric lab bug anywhere other than me and Thor. That bug, that's a separate bug than what Thor had, Phantom. If you're talking about the electric appearing, the visual bug, that could be a private server thing, yeah. But that's only been a few people with specific graphical settings. That's not the bug that I sent you. Again, if I'm sending you a clip, talk about a specific bug, please don't talk about a different bug that isn't in the clip that I sent you. We're talking specifically about the invulnerability bug, not the graphical glitch around showing the lightning arcs. Very, very different. You see the immune thing can be a bad lasgun interaction. Either way, I don't know if that is the lasgun or other guns, but I cannot recommend the lightning boss as a streamer to any member when there are potentially hitbox mechanics making them invulnerable. So I will tell everyone, don't do the lightning dungeon because you might just not be able to do damage. Because no one's given me a reason yet. And apparently it's also happened with people having the same problem with drill shops not doing damage. So at this point, like, I can't recommend the lightning one. I've also had some confirmation from Funcom internally that they're doing a lot of work on the lightning one because it's really not working well for people apparently internally as well. Apparently they wouldn't have launched it in that state had they been. The boss is very buggy when he's crouched. It's just melee works as intended for lightning one. I will agree melee probably works as intended. It was likely only tested with melee. I mean, Killer Squirrel, why would that horrify me? What you're saying there is that you frequently make a cup of tea and forget about it, like every single other British person does. If I could count the number of cups of tea that I made for my parents when I was a teenager or when I was a kid that just never got drunk because they were just left on the side because they were forgotten about, I could probably buy a fleet of tea making vans to drive around the country and make tea for the country. I would actually say most of the bosses respond really well to melee. if you do melee against any of the bosses, most of them respond pretty well. The darkness one can be a little bit weird, but I think it's more to do with the powers of the darkness boss with melee than it is anything else. Other than that, I've actually found that melee is a lot of fun for most of the dungeons when you're against those bosses. I think they've actually got the tuning there of melee quite well done, to be honest. You've left so many behind? Exactly, like, so Killer Squirrel, there is no judgment from me about, you know, forgetting your cup of tea, because that's ultimately, that's how you know, like, you're becoming more British from the tea. Because if you make tea and you remember it all the time, that means that you know that the tea is special and sacred to you. It hasn't become, you know, an inbuilt, innate part of your culture. When tea is so normal to you that you can forget about it, that's how you know that you fully integrated the tea. And that's when you know that, you know, it's starting to work. You're starting to become British. Good job. Please stop staring at the camera like that. It's weird. No. How about no, Milkynator? It's because I have a teleprompter. That's why. If I do this, you can see. Hang on, let me do this in case Bailey comes back later. Ow. Oh, that noise. You know the sound of like metal screws when you need to put some WD-40 on something? You can see my teleprompter up here, and then my moon armor. So this is my moon armor. You know, when we're having a highly conspiratorial time. This was very expensive. I have to keep this safe, see? But yeah, so this is why you see me staring into your eyes frequently. I've got up here. So I see your words up here. And there's a little screen here that reflects the words up here, and it comes back out of my eyes where the camera is behind it, where you guys are. Perfect. The moon armor. The moon is hollow. That's why if you drop something on the moon, it rings like a bell. Oh. Actually, I have a really important question for Mahoodles that I need to ask. When I was... Actually, some of you might know this answer already. Some of you do watch Mahoodles. In school, I was taught in physics that planets were formed by the accretion of mass over time and dust throughout the solar system. Right? So over time, you know, basically cosmic debris comes together and form planets, and planets basically form over billions of years, or millions of years. I can broadly understand that. That makes sense. That always made sense to me, except when there's a whole subclass of planets that doesn't make sense by that logic. Gravity gets stronger the more the mass gravitates, except that when you think about how solar systems are formed, you're talking about stuff moving at the miles per second kind of threshold. You're talking about insane forces. Everything is just going to be clumps of dust at the end of the day, so there's not even large mass left at that point. It's basically huge detonations and explosions. But how does this work for gas giants found close to the sun? Because the gas shouldn't be functional at that point. It should be getting hotter, right? Hot Jupiters, I think, is what I was reading about. And I don't think accretion answers hot Jupiters. Because you shouldn't be able to get gas giants closer to the sun than we have Mercury. They move in, but what about the ones that aren't moving in? Because there are like 400 which are moving away from their suns over time. They're drifting away from their sun. I don't understand. And also, at that point, would that gas not just become plasma? Which is what the sun is made of anyway. Oh, Jupiter started close to the sun. How does that work? How does Jupiter start close to the sun? It's a gas giant. What? I don't understand. There's something going on here that I don't get. They're not that hot. Not the ones in our solar system, but hot Jupiters, the ones that are further in than Mercury. Mercury is very hot. Like, just so you guys who aren't aware, like, Mercury and Venus as planets, very, very warm. Tepid, one might say. Venus is hotter, yeah, but like Mercury and Venus are very, very warm planets. I don't understand how gas giants work at those temperatures. Don't blame me, man, blame it on the double. But not plasma hot? If they started out at the sun, they're drifting away, then cooling, I guess, could make sense. But if they're starting outside and moving in, at some point they will get plasma hot, surely. So why do we not see, like, these planets merging into suns over time? Maybe we haven't got enough data. I need to ask Moo. That's the question. That's what I mean. I just need to ask Moo about it. I don't have enough understanding of celestial mechanics to explain that one. Mercury has a heat-resistant passive power, so it doesn't get burned upon insertion to Venus. Okay. Okay, Milkynator. Fair enough. I like celestial mechanics. I think it's cool. You think these questions are beyond the humble Twitch chat? Nah, that doesn't sound right. You guys are very smart, right? You're a very smart chat. I'm quite the character. Thank you. That's what old people say to you when they're trying to be nice, but also be mean at the same time, right? Oh, you're such a character. That's what that is. I know what that means. Thank you very much, Kaboom. Vector, thank you for that 9 months resub, buddy. You are awesome. You read MC as Mercury, main character. Oh, okay, my bad. IRC red button, I smash, I go fast. Okay, Smork. Yeah, you guys are Smork. Okay, good job. I'm proud of you. You're Smork. It is Gluesday. I'm not sure why I'm surprised. You have sticky thoughts? It's from all the glue, right? To help those thoughts clump together for the accretion. Is the accretion of planets model how you guys form thoughts? There's just like lots of, you know, dust bouncing around inside your head, and over time it basically slowly accretes into a planet, which is like a thought. Is that how chat's brain works as well? The celestially 7 million years isn't that long, Wigdiddly. Like 7 million years ago was post-dinosaurs. So when you say Jupiter's migration took about 7 million years, that is a lot, but also really celestially not a huge amount whatsoever. You're smart like a Warhammer 40k orc. You mean as a group of you gets together and becomes more organized, you get smarter by virtue of the average? Is that how that works? Are you struggling with the idea of consciousness enough? I rent my consciousness. The best thought has biggest gravity. Exactly, yeah. The best thought is the heaviest one. It becomes intrusive. The universe was only created about 6,000 years ago. That makes sense, yes. I can definitely see why that would be a thing, sure. I unfortunately can't allow that term through. One of the terms in that word was in that sentence was a slur, Milkynator. The fifth to last word can't be used on this platform. Just because it's one of the words that they say you can't use. But I do understand what you mean. If we replace it with idiotic willpower, then you're fine. But Twitch says that you can't say those gamer terms. Sorry. Twitch says no gamer words. Idiotic willpower? Exactly. Most streamers, to be fair, don't actually enforce that one. Did you know the object with the highest gravity in the morning is your bed in the morning? That's okay. Is that why there are so many of us in your bed in the morning, Salamander? Or is that how that works? Everyone slowly gravitates towards you. I don't know. The joke on this from the gravitational level is quite good. All of chat gravitates towards Salamandor's bed every day. Okay, is that what happens? That I can believe that. Chat, we've talked about this. You can't just keep waking up in Salamandor's bed like that. Wait, what the shit is this? Apparently there's a tread wheel, sand bike, a carrier, and an ornithopter here. Let's go have a look. Wait, what? That would explain the bad version of the Green Lantern? The only Green Lantern film that I know of, that I remember, is the Ryan Reynolds one that he pretends doesn't exist, which I find deeply funny. Well, there's definitely no ornithopter here. Jojo is in the Discord politely asking for the Lands Rat roll. I could probably do that. I could probably do that. Why doesn't she DM me? Oh, joy. Is Joy an Atreides? I think she is. Her base is Atreides. I'm going with yes. I'm broadly just gonna go with that, yeah. Rolls in both of those. Why do we need two of those rolls? God damn it. Those Landra channels are chronically underutilized, but so be it. Is Joy live? No? Okay. Okie dokie. I don't know where Joy was asking, but it got it sorted. She says she is? Not live. Okay. I've got a gift for this. Done. She was asking for hell. Oh, we can provide hell, right, chat? What a weird bug. I'm so surprised they haven't got rid of that one yet. That's one of the bugs that I'm a bit like, why have we not got that one fixed yet, Funcom? That part of, oh, chat, the ads are here. Make sure that you guys stretch your legs, look after yourself. I will be right back. I just need to go and do my my back stretches. So give me a moment. I will be right back. Hi, Vicky. I'll be right back. Something stinks over there. Pan, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't progress the Harko quest? Look, we will. Don't worry. I'm just. I'm not going to miss anything. The ads are on for another 30 seconds, so bear with, chat. Hello, Vicky. How are you doing? I'm looking forward to seeing the full of your video when that's ready. I liked the clip that I saw. It was very good. I also haven't gotten food poisoning yet, so I feel like you've done very well. Who's the guy left? That is Flesh Shaper Thorak. It's the Thor version of Flesh Shaper Thrak in Harko Village. You want to see the chicken? The chicken was good. Good chicken. I think that more than anyone, Vicky was surprised at how good it was. I think that's the funniest part. Like, when we started eating, Vicky was like, wait, this is actually not shit. Which was my favorite part, I think, of the whole experience. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. I hope that you are doing well. It was fantastic. It was very, very good. You should do that more. You should make it a regular thing for yourself and Zach. Sleep time, enjoy the sound. Thank you very much for being here, Lamina. I appreciate you and thank you for the lurk. Hope that you sleep well. So we are nearly done with scanning the PvP part of the deep desert that I wanted to do, which is obviously one of the priorities for the week because it means that we can engage in PvP a bit more easily. And then we will go from there. You forget who gave you the sub, but thanks again for that person. It's been a few days. I'm fairly sure it was Balthazar gave you a long-term sub, Phantom. If I remember correctly, but I will be honest, it's very difficult to remember with a lot of the gift subs who gifted what, because sometimes they're in large bombs. Who knew we would find something you're not bad at? Vicky, there are loads of things you're not bad at. Shut the fuck up. Stop being mean to my friend. I'm watching you. Yeah. See? I'll fight. The problem with fighting you, Vicky, is that, my arms are about 3 times as long as you are tall. So, I just kind of stand in, the neighboring county and just be like, oh, yeah, you know, you can't hit me, you know. Why would I use force? Well, I could use words. They're much more painful. The nice thing about the best bit about making fun of Vicky's height for me is the fact that there's nothing that she can do about it. It all comes down to the fact that in Eastern Europe, the diet when you're younger is not going to be as good as the diet that you have here in the UK. So for the first, you know, dozen or so years of life, I definitely had the feeding advantage. You can headbutt my chest. Yeah, if you get a step ladder, sure. How tall am I to be saying such slander? 6'3". GB doesn't have proper food. Unfortunately, was it? It does. We just took all of the good food from other cultures. It was Balthazar? I thought so. Sometimes I can remember things, and sometimes I can't. And today, apparently, I can. Brits invented curry? I think, well, the Brits invented the chicken tikka masala, which we got from looking at Indian spice and say, hey, this is nice, let's just make this less healthy. Six for 3, you can see me in the photos at TwitchCon. I'm taller than both Primogen, who is 5'12", and Thor, who is 6 foot, probably about 6'1" now. He's shrinking. All the time he spends sitting down. I'll be real with you. I think I would be okay with being slightly shorter. Like, being just around 6 foot would be fine. Even being like 5'10" would be fine. 6'3" is actually kind of awkward. Plane's really, really difficult for me, I'm going to be honest. Because, like, leg room isn't a thing when you're 6 foot. There's pretty much no plane has, yeah, exactly, 5'12". You don't know how I focus on Discord and streaming at the same time? I don't know either, Joy. Maybe I don't do either. Maybe I'm just bad at both. That's the answer. No, I'm glad that we could get the lounge, Russell. I did mean to get it sorted for you the other day, but I forgot. Yes, legroom. Yeah, exactly. That's the downside. But on the other hand, I also get asked a lot if I'm in shops. Oh, please, could you get that from a top shelf for me? When I go there during the day. You'll see, so you never find it be difficult or anything. My issue, Milky Nature, is I've also got a spine condition, so being tall has other issues relating to the spine condition. That's why. It's kind of a compounding issue. Okay, let's go and check out Delta 8 for the loot cave here today. Hello, Joy. How are you doing? No, I am doing good, thank you. Yeah, I had a great weekend. Had some time off. Went to go and visit a friend who's also in chat. Vicky and Joy, if you two don't know each other, you guys would get along very well. I think you would get along very well. You're both good people. And therefore, I will be introducing the two of you when we are all at DreamHack. If you get some Tesco's, you must have had a few I don't work here moments. Normally, people don't ask me because they think I work there. People ask because I'm tall and they're not. So particularly if I go like during the day, my habit of going to the shops is never go during rush hour, never go during school hour, and try and go like during the work day if you can. That means that typically when I go to the shops, I encounter the elderly people who are out and about for the day. And that normally means that they'll be like, oh, please, could you just get that off the top shelf for me, dearie? Chaos is your middle name? Yeah, but it's probably because it's, you know, because it's foreign spell. It's probably got like 3 Ks and a Z in it though, right? Chaos. Yes, DreamHack is in Birmingham. Yeah, DreamHack Birmingham is what we're talking about. I feel like Joy and Vicky will very much get along. Yeah, they're all good people. Yeah. As you all know, the only people I tend to raid are people that I think have the right community and the right kind of positive outlook that match with kind of our community spirit here. So when I raid out to people like Joy and like Vicky and stuff, you can normally assume that those people are going to be of a reasonable level of similarity. Why head's so big? Oh, that's because I've got to store the brain in there. Multiple brains. Aren't I now one of the elderly? At what point do you start being one of the elderly? As soon as the number starts with a 3, in which case I've been there for a while. You're a totally average Napoleonic height. I mean, Napoleon wasn't actually as short as all of the memes made him out to be. That was British propaganda. You're 74 and still playing games? Awesome. Congratulations. Honestly, I hope that I'm actually, well, no. Obviously, the age-old meme plan here on stream is that around the age of 70, we're aiming for a drug-fueled sex heart attack. One of the best ways to go. So obviously, maybe at 74 I won't be gaming, but we'll see. That's currently the plan. As everyone knows, that's a very old meme here in the channel, because everyone's always like, oh, there's no good way to go. You can go and sleep. Nah, why are you selling yourself short? Drug-fueled sex heart attack at the age of 70. Why not? That's how all of us want to go. If you're telling me that you want to go your sleep calmly, quietly, boring. No, drug-fueled sex heart attack. Come on, that's what you want. That's if you want on your tombstone how you died. That's gonna make waves. Like, you're gonna be known for that. You want to die living? Most people die while living. Exactly. Here for a good time, not for a long time, chat. You can do it at 90 as well. It might be more difficult to sort when you're 90, but that could be a thing. Throw in the supermodel affix in your you know what? Fine. Whatever you need for your specific situation, that's your plan. This is all part of an old joke I've had for about 10 years based on going out with a bang. Exactly, Sabu. Yeah, exactly. Why not? If you rock up at the pearly gates, God's, you know, like 50-50 on whether to let you in, because you've kind of been good, but you've also been a bit shitty in life, and then you say, oh yes, but you know, I did die from a drug-fueled sex heart attack. God's giving you a high five and letting you walk in, and probably letting you, like, you know, shoot the hoop through the halo, right? You're trying to think of a better way to go, and you don't think you can. Exactly. See? And you can choose the sex and all drugs of your choice. Everyone's choice is individual, but I still feel like it's one of the best ways to go. Who would let you give Bono a last name? If I was going to give Bono a last name, it would be Bo, because then his name would be Bonobo, and I would be very happy with myself. If I'm ever given the opportunity to name Bonos and give him a last name, that's what's happening. It's Bonobo. Done. There's choices and says, what have I been doing my whole life? Yeah, communication and mutual understanding is wild, right? You have a friend that's a demolitions expert, you're going to see what I can wangle going out with a bang. It still doesn't seem as good to me, you know, when we talk about it. That one's a ridiculous bit, to be honest. At some point, I'm going to get in trouble for that one. I'm going to say it in the wrong crowd, or someone's going to be watching who's like, you know... It's actually a breach of Twitch terms of service. Huh? Funny, though. No. I'm not planning on anything, Twitch. Don't worry, you're fine. Okay, so we scanned half the deep desert, so we've now got all of the PvP area scanned, so that we can use it to go and prey on innocent people. I mean, scout out areas. I just think it's a neat way of going, you know? And if you don't like the idea of Bono getting called Bonobo for the rest of your life, for the rest of his life, I don't even think that we need to be friends. I'm not even, like, I would suspend moving house and stuff because of B. Like, let's be real, like, yeah, like, now I've been granted custody of the Balamus. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving this mortal coil at any point. You guys can't get rid of me. I'm basically like herpes, and I'm not going. I'm here forever. Done. It's only, I guess, also if you do it live with a different streamer. Oh yeah. You never quite get rid of me. Yeah. Especially. The thing is, okay, so some of you will probably know from interacting with British people that British people do an age-old ritual before they leave. They slap their legs, they say right, and they get up and go. That's a very important part of British culture. Some of you might not necessarily understand, might not have seen that, but that is, I can promise you that is a thing. If you never do that, then they never leave. Done. By now, there's enough data to model an AI after me. Cool. Adding intelligence would be a very neat thing. I'm really glad that they've developed systems that can add intelligence where it didn't exist before. Let's go and repair these. Whee! All right, so I'm 11. Leave you. Your dad's an expert at that? Yeah, I can imagine. As you get older, you seem to get better at it. So, Joy, how much of Dune have you been playing? I obviously saw that you played a little bit over the weekend, but how far into the DLC, etc. are you? That's how you end so many of your phone calls. Yeah, you kind of have to. All right, I'm gonna love you and leave you. Gotta go. Or oh, cat's asking for food. I end most of my Discord calls with Bailey's asking for attention. Gotta go. Bye, and then just leave. That's what happens. Ooh. You do anything to have that more deep now? What you mean the this one? The one in the tank? I call him Lunch. For each other. How is that in crafting egress? What? How did somebody craft what? What? Also, I feel like if you were to become immortal of any kind, obviously immortality is a curse unless you have the ability to end it at some point, just to be clear. But if you were like, humans obviously keep pets that tend to have proportionate life lengths to them. So if you were, say, like immortal, I guess maybe you'd keep like Galapagos turtles, or I don't know, trees, oak trees. I feel like if you're you know that immortal, then keeping oak trees might be like a valid pet. They're not very interactive pets, but I guess when you're if you're immortal, most things aren't very interactive pets. Hmm. It's painful. The whole thing in red doesn't really work. So let's change the back end to be black. Boosters to be black and the base to be black. What else? Oh my god, there's so many swatches. I forgot that we unlocked all the swatches. Ooh, I quite like the black and red. Is that gold or is that yellow? No, it's yellow. Ooh, the purple is nice. Oh, if it wasn't purple and copper, it was like purple and black. That would be great. Are there any more purple ones? Ooh, this might work. Oh no, it's still... Game. The blue's not bad either, to be fair. Quite like that. What else do we have? House Lindaran. We're now just basically just playing with colors, chat. This is basically the whole thing about it. Having all the swatches means I spend most of my time playing with colors. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that. Black, blue, and gold. Nice. Neat. Nice? Yeah, nice. What faction rank am I? I might check the rewards. I'm faction rank 11. We should hit 12 today or tomorrow. I do now have my Dune crayon box, yes. Oh, see, that's actually quite a nice... That's a nice color of Ornithopter. Is that in Destiny 2? You end up messing with shaders more than playing? That sounds about right. France mentioned. The south of France is so separate that everyone calls it the south of France. You don't say you're going to France on holiday, you say you're going to the south of France for holiday. So I would hold that the south of France is separate from France, you know, France Main. for good reasons. In fact, France has a layer of stages. You've got, you know, France open brackets Paris, France open brackets, you know, North, Midlands, and then the south of France, because they don't want to be associated with France. I'm rocking the same as you. That's quite funny. Destiny, yeah. Southern France is Greater Monaco. I'd believe that. Yeah, I call it F1 country or racing country because all the roads down there are just amazing. Like some of the south of if I could go for like casual driving, I would very much like be more than up for going to the south of France and just driving through the south of France would be great. Go to the north, appreciate disindustrialization, decay. I'm okay, thank you. Broadly. Let's see. What are we doing today? What are we doing today for skills? Let's have a decision. So we are at 100 and... So one of them would get me to level 9. 2 will get me to level 10. So I could get the ships. I don't think I can get to level 13 in one day. But that could be cool to get for later this week. Or I could do it tomorrow. Alternatively, I keep sinking the points into combat. We would get up to... just shy of 14. 2 or 3 points off. 2 quests. 5 quests will likely get to 16, which is more stamina. That's kind of great. It's just about what we spend each day on, and ultimately, if we can get up to having, you know, more pack mule again, and at this point you've got 25% increase to your inventory size, which will be huge. Just remember, at the moment we've got level 8 in exploration, which is useful, sure, but like that means 8% backpack volume at level 25. A quarter increase of volume on 175 is huge. That's like an extra 40 weight. Getting up to higher levels of this is more skill points, more damage, more mitigation. So combat is great to work in over time, but I think that at the moment, exploration has some better thresholds to aim for. But we also want to eventually be aiming for things like being able to get better augment chance. So we've got to also at some point focus on doing crafting or rely on Luther, which is our current goal. You've posted the spreadsheet for people? Nice. Oh, you've got a spreadsheet for how many days it'll take? Okay, let's work through that. Let's do this now quickly. Oh god. While I've been live, there are so many DMs. Oh no. That's overwhelming. So I'm just going to slide that over there and not think about it. How about that? That's a PDF. So... have you got that as an actual spreadsheet somewhere, Phantom, rather than just a PDF? Oh, you don't have the Excel on PC? Okay. Because it's quite complicated for people who probably won't understand it. So this is basically what it's going to cost to go up each level. So you can see here the XP for each one. So I know that, you know, we're actually going to need... because we could add these up and basically see how much XP we would get. This working in Excel will be very useful. The requirements are the same across all of them, right? 239, 239, 239, 239. Okay, they are all level. This is quite a useful list. But with Excel, I'd be able to basically like highlight stuff and basically add them live to make it work. This also doesn't show the additional percentage. Doesn't show, you know, how much percentage you're getting per investment in the tree. So, for example, the extra 1% into crafting each time. So it's probably bits in there. Oh yeah, sorry. There's a link I found. So while we were talking earlier about Discord requiring face verification. The break came up and I wanted to remind people of this. This is why you don't want to verify your identity to Discord. Just don't do it. You don't need it. You don't need to. Don't provide your ID to Discord. Here's why. Discord, a messaging platform popular with gamers, has official ID photos of around 70,000 users have potentially been leaked after a cyber attack. Just don't do it. Just don't leak. Just don't give Discord your ID because you will be leaking this. Aren't they implementing it as essential in a month's time? They've been walking it back because so many people cancelled their Nitro as a result of, obviously, the shitty decision. We'll see what comes of it, but ultimately, this is all part of this whole push online around trying to make the internet safe for kids. But, like, I'm going to be real with you. If you're a parent and you want the internet to be safe for kids, supervise what your kids are doing online. It's not that deep. I don't think that regulation should be being put in place. I think that companies should be able to do these stupid, insecure things because parents have an inability to basically look at what their kids are doing online. That requires parenting. God fucking forbid. Sorry, this one infuriates me because government always fucks up regulation. They've done a shit job with this implementation of it all. And ultimately, the only people suffering are the users, us. Saying it's for kids is a cop-out? Exactly. It's not about being for kids. And the people who are saying it is for the kids need to recognize that there's better ways of doing it. It is about government control. Like, that is all what it is. It's about controlling what it is that you can see and interact with online. It's wild. Yeah. So, by countering the, oh, it's for kids narrative, you can finally start getting people into discussions around, oh, actually, this isn't what it's for at all. But when people say, "Oh, we need this for protecting children online," no, just literally just monitor what your kids do online. That's the way that it should be. Don't make companies do your parenting for you. They're not iPads.
Yes, I never forget.
As for the rest of whether it's okay or not, obviously it's not okay. When you take out the "it's meant to protect kids online," it's very clearly not okay as an implementation. Let's stop this and let's actually think about what's going on because it's dumb. And you're just making people's time online unsafe. If they really want to make it so that people have to verify their IDs online, what you want to do is instead go down the same route as South Korea, where you have basically you basically tie it to your social security number. When you are actioned in a game, when you are actioned on any platform, it is visible to other platforms and other users via your social security number. If you're going to do it that way and have it government focused. Don't make it so that, you know, Twitch has to have a solution and Discord has to have a solution. It all gets sold out to third parties, which, by the way, are owned by your mates. You know, the government's mates have set up these websites in advance to get them sorted because they've known ahead of time. It's ridiculous.
My pet project
I've started augmenting my weapons. How can I grow stronger?
Gain the
Favor of the great house, the Landsrad.
Of the Landsrad. Continue your mnemonic recollecting.
Make more devious toys. Okay.
Make more devious.
You think what people want a gore or language toggle in a rated M game because they want their kids to play it? No, just don't let kids play mature rated games until they're old enough. Back in my day, you had to provide ID to provide a game that was above the ESRB rating. Like, you know, you would, if you wanted to buy a game that was rated 16, you'd have to provide ID saying that you were 16. Why can't shops do that? Why do shops have to do that and parents can't? Like, what? Wild ass shit. Makes me very. GDPR was okay. Ultimately, data protection needs to be a thing. There needs to be some kind of shield between individuals and consumers and large bodies. GDPR didn't cover what it needed to, didn't go far enough, and got really hung up on the stupid little shit. So it was needed, and they didn't do a good enough job of it. This isn't even needed, these changes. There's a file that may work for Excel now. Nice. I'll have a look in a minute. Don't make it a data collection when these companies are all American. They have general data security. Oh yeah, there's a reason why. I'll be honest with you. For a lot of the verification, there's a specific site that most of the companies were using for ID verification, where what actually could pass was things like the Death Stranding character creator, or a 3D scan of a bust of Stalin.
You're back.
So, you know, that's what a lot of us who were just kind of memeing around online turn to. You think that kids who are looking to, you know, be online haven't already figured out their way around this? Like, these are people who have been using the internet since they were, you know, since they were like single digits old for most of the time. If the people that you're targeting this at are people who have probably been left online unaccompanied for a long period of time without care for what is safe and what is reasonable, that's not going to change all of a sudden because companies doing it. They'll just find ways around it. How many of you have found ways around, you know, a region restriction for TV or film? You know, how many of you have used a VPN? It's ridiculous. Read up on the changes that are being made. The ID check is rolling out worldwide, but we already have it in place in the UK and Oz. So as long as channels are marked 18 plus, then you don't need ID for Discord in general. Currently, yes. But what happens when it's, oh, well, you know, any server that has 18 plus content on it is going to be required to verify. And, oh, well, if you're running a server, you need to verify so that you can run that server. Where does the slope end? Where does that slippery slope end?
Welcome.
That's my concern on Discord, because I don't fundamentally believe that they will actually stop where they're going to stop. You have to remember that Discord floated on the stock exchange and went public this year. I think it was, sorry, last year, I think it was. They are focusing on making money. And if you think that Discord won't sell your data at some point, or won't take these steps towards making more money at some point in the future, you're short-sighted, because every platform does, has, and will do again. Discord is not there to be your friend. Discord is a company and is now there to make money. It is publicly traded. At some point, that will come at a cost to you, the consumer. So people just need to be very aware of what they're getting into, in my opinion, because actually, Discord are not people that I would personally trust with my data. It's not very much repair stuff. Let's put this in here. You have to link your phone number. That already feels too much. I do have B, exactly. And I'll be real with you. Life is still good. Like, I know that we obviously preach a lot of doom and gloom and stuff, but I would also point out things like the numbers of mountain gorillas has risen year on year for the first time in a long time. We've now got recovering populations of mountain gorillas in the world. Same with elephants. Same with tigers. Like, there are good things out there. There are good things being done in this world, but like, it's very easy inside the space that a lot of us are in online to feel punched in the face over and over again at the moment by weird stuff that is going on, and people basically treating us like shit because they can, in a number of ways. So there is a lot of good news out there, and I would remind people of that. It's really easy to get down. It's really easy to be like, oh, the world is completely shit and there's nothing good in it anymore. That isn't actually true. But it's important, I think, for all of us to recognize that actually, like, you know, we have to kind of find that good news for ourselves, and to get bogged down in all of the really negative stuff is long-term going to be quite bad for you. So if you're having a hard time, step away from the internet, step away from being online, because ultimately you don't have to be there. And if it's causing you harm and causing you distress, step away from the internet for a day. You don't need to do that to yourself. Like, none of us do. Like the person yapping at the screen? Nah, maybe not. I'm at best tolerable. That's how I see it. You're a tool, that's a tool. That's a gun, so that can go there. That's a crafting item, so that goes somewhere separate. Down here. Melee. Range up here. Some of you ask why I've got these stuff, like this stuff in my bank now that you've got the backup stuff for bases. It's just good for, I think, in my opinion, to always have at least one kit of everything that I might possibly need in the bank. For example, if my server went offline, I would still have a set of light armor and a full set of still suit, were I to need a full set of light armor and still suit at tier 6. That said, it does kind of change now that the game has... Why have I not got any... I've got one set of armor here, just apart from a set of boots, apparently. Kind of weird. Odd one. Right hand's tongue and some flamethrower gel, dart for every man. That uses light ammo, and there's no light ammo in here, so that's also a thing. Not very well organized. I could take my Dune watcher back, because that's very useful to have now. I might start using the sniper again. And I've got extra carry weight, so why not? Okay, shields and other things. The tool. It's not a tool. Holtzman Shield Mark 5, Holtzman Shield Mark 5, Power Pack Mark 6, Power Pack Mark 6. Right, okay, so we'll need to replace some welding wire at some point. Put that in there as well. That's a ripoff. That's a ripoff. That's a ripoff. That's a ripoff. This is fairly priced. In fact, this is more than fairly priced. This is a grade 1. This is actually an upgraded version. This is actually worth getting. If you use the Ancient Way, that would be a good price if you were an Ancient Way user. What end of sitting on for your lab go to get... What you end of sitting on for your lab go to get... Phantom, I've read that like 3 times, and I still don't understand what you're asking me. Is that what I'm sitting on for my go-to gear for labs? Sorry, chat, read this with me. What did you end of sitting on for your lab go to get? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Phantom. Yeah, nah. But that's really thrown me. Good job. I think I've had a strong. What did I end up sitting on for your go-to lab gear? That's all right. No, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Phantom. At the moment, I'm running pin cushion, circuit, and soft step. I need to replace these soft steps with the pin cushion boots. The armor amount isn't a huge amount of difference, but this is what I was using in the deep desert earlier. So I've got pin cushion boots knocking around somewhere. In fact, if I take those off there, you put those into the bank to complete that gear set that's in there.
Would you like to depart?
I can go back and get some actual armored shoes. Because this is more, I've got X Core here for dashing. I've got Idaho's charge for, I think that's for knee charge, isn't it? Dispensers. Specially designed capacitors optimize the flow of energy through battery pack and dispenser belts. Idaho's charges for moving. So this is more of a traveling one. I've got a little bit of resist, but I've also got a, you know, you can do it too. I'm not using the X Cores currently. I'm using pincushion currently. Because they've got the radiation, the heavy dart mitigation. If you look at the X Cores,
would you like to depart?
They just say blade mitigation, so there's no range mitigation on here. The dash down, of course, is helpful for sure, but at the moment I wanted more mitigation when I was in there. My recent earlier views re-Discord were wise words. Oh, well, thank you, Cardforce. I ultimately think that, you know, it's about proportion. Like, at the end of the day, my background before streaming was obviously consumer protection regulation in the UK. So I sat inside of, some of you probably know this, some of you don't, but for those of you who don't know, I basically sat inside of banks and told them how not to fuck over customers. That's if I had to really dumb it down. That's where it ends up being. Any financial services company in the UK is regulated by something called the Financial Conduct Authority. After 2008, it was decided that bankers were basically pieces of shit for some of the stuff they did during that financial crash, and they weren't allowed unfettered access to do whatever they want anymore. So part of my job has been implementing policy and implementing procedure and implementing regulation inside of company. And the most important thing you do every single time is look at what is a proportional implementation. What does the regulation say? What can you do? What is gold plating it? So the absolute best you can possibly do. And then where can the company actually realistically meet you in the middle? That proportionality of policy implementation is very, very important. And I don't believe that Discord's implementation has been proportionate for the risk that they are facing. I agree with you, Joe. Yeah. Some of you have asked, okay, we're gonna wait for the storm. Some of you have asked why I don't have things like Instagram and stuff, and why I don't like post on other socials and stuff. Broadly, it's because I absolutely hate social media in a number of different formats. Most of like TikTok, for example, I've just never been able to get along well with. Doom scrolling and reels and shorts content are really, really easy to get really bogged down in. And part of me just wants to stay away from that, because if I'm on that and I get stuck in that, I could be there for like an hour or two doom scrolling, and I don't have the time or the mental energy to spend that. I'll be really honest, like, let's see. You haven't had anything besides YouTube since high school? Yeah, I know that I've fallen behind. I know that a bunch of my friends all use Insta, all use Facebook, all use other stuff, but I just can't do it. Like, I log on to Facebook and like look at the local groups. I want to find like a plumber or something, and all the local groups are just full of like drama and people arguing back and forth and like anonymous posting, and it's just, if I wanted the shitty internet, I would just go onto Reddit and I'd be like, you know what, at least I can expect shitty behavior here. But like, why would I don't know. I recognize it. Okay, we've got the ads in 1 minute, so I will not be able to pause fully for those ads. But I will stop where I can. I won't do anything substantial in terms of progression. Take these. I'll take the Alita John as well. And the particle. That's such a decent amount of particle caps. Wow, okay. Maybe I've actually got some decent loot in this dungeon, which means I won't have any decent loot at the end. That was just a bit rude of them. Oh, okay. Your current record on hit difficulty 1 is 4 seconds. Second one takes a moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing this with the intent of speed running all of it. I want to slow down for the ads, so I'm not doing the boss during the ads. Are you not going to let me regain my stam? Okay, this is weird. No stam for you. Fine. The ads are here, chat. Make sure that you are looking after yourself. I will go slow and just bounce around. Indeed, mirror check. Make sure that you guys are hydrating, stretching, moving around. Hello, where? Oh. Cleared out. Nice. The loot cave is in Gulf 3 and Delta 8. There are 2 loot caves this week. One of them in the PvP, one of them in the PvE area. It's very nice. As a reminder, though, you shouldn't really need those loot caves. You should just run these difficulty 1 missions. As you can see, I'm 3 minutes into this one. It does not take you that long to do most of this. Scan that. Cut this one. Maybe cut this one. Stab you, assassinate you, wait for the melee guy, and then parry him and stab him. I didn't even see him, but I know his timing. Is there PvP on our server? There is sometimes PvP in the deep desert, but often it's what the PvP is over that really makes a difference, I think, because a lot of the game has, I'll be real with you, no real reason to PvP anymore. There are no stakes to PvP. There seems to be no impetus or reason to actually engage in PvP. So why are people wanting to do it other than just to mess around with each other? We've got no what I would call dedicated PvPers on our server anymore, because there is no dedicated PvP left in the game. I think ultimately Funcom they're focused on other things rather than the PvP elements. Clean. I'm getting better with the rapier. I just think that if My complaint about the rapier is still the same thing, that ultimately the parry window on every single other weapon is just better, which isn't actually a very good thing to have for the weapon that's meant to be purely designed around parrying. Like, the parry window on the dual blades is just bigger. This does a lot more damage to... Did you try and go this way? You did. And again, if I was properly spec'd for the build that I use to run these, you know, all kinds of things. So one of the things we're going to do today is start looking at the new build. So once we've done all of our kind of daily tasks, we're going to be looking at the build that we have and thinking about how we can improve that for making these runs faster. Because realistically, if I spec more into the heavy weapons I rely on for killing the boss, I can probably kill the boss even quicker with less maneuverability malice. So you see that at this point, I actually move very slowly. There are perks that you can do to move at 75% of your normal speed, etc., but not very much investment. The melee is still very powerful against these enemies, but it's no las gun.
Now things are gonna get heated.
Are they?
Come on, you sandflies! In the name of the people! You asked for it. Full power!
Full power? Okay, we can do that.
I should be in the arena. Now things are gonna get heated. You're toast.
Like I said, running the tier 1 dungeons is really easy. That does crazy damage. I mean, it is an upgraded las gun, so yeah. So just for the record, that is the tier 6 las gun with also a 10% damage increase on it. So it does 93.2 damage per tick, and the rate of fire is 600 RPM. So that's actually doing 93 damage 10 times a second if you look at how weapon stats work. So that's pretty damn powerful. The Shigawara, yeah, the Shigawara interact is very nice there, where you can pull them to the ground. Yeah, if you need it. For me, it makes it nice and easy. When they're up in the air, there's no dodging along the ground. Ooh, bulwark boots. Take that. That's what I mean. So if you're caught in a sandstorm where you have, you know, you've got like you've got 5 or 6 minutes to kill, you can just very easily run a tier 1 of those dungeons and get yourself a little bit of loot. You not see them on the store? They are not on the store. Those were a deep desert drop. So that's where that used to come from. I believe you can now get the las gun from the labs. I think the lightning lab, someone was saying they got one in the day. So you can very much utilize the las gun for clearing those endgame dungeons very, very quickly. Ultimately, it's a very, very powerful boss killing weapon. A good example is if you do the poison dungeon, and you've got somebody who is basically taking the melee attention of the boss, somebody with the ranged function can just absolutely obliterate the bosses. If they're spec'd into heavy weapons, you can absolutely melt the boss in a group. If PvP becomes the focus like they said they're going to do, they have so many balance changes to make or vehicles to buff. Like I said, balance PvP and PvE separately. To keep them in separate areas, don't force the PvEers to engage in PvP or be the content for the PvPers. Incentivize them to take risk instead. If you incentivize PvEers to take risk, so that it makes sense and that sometimes they die, that will be better. Even the Mark V lasgun does decent damage. The Mark V lasgun, the Arhun, does 64, I believe it is. So you're talking about 64 damage, 600 times a minute, so 10 times a second. You're actually talking about 360 to 400 damage per second. It's a very, very good ability. And then proceeds to get my luck with the Ancient Way. Yeah, if you get my luck with the Ancient Way, then you're just going to be absolutely, you know, clowning with Ooh. You'll be clowning around with the laser. 1.4% drop rate. The lasgun's available in most of those endgame dungeons. Ancient Ways 11.8%. That makes sense why I'm getting so many Ancient Ways then. It's way too high. That makes a lot of sense why I'm getting so many ancient ways, though. Thank you, Phantom. That's answered at least one question that we had. Mark 6s. This chest is called Demnar's problem now because Demnar needs to come and sort it out. I did harvest lots of flower sand for him, though, so you should be happy, right? I've also sorted out some myself. Hello, Khalil. How are you doing? Good to see you. Oh, chat, give me a second. I just want to stand up because my back is absolutely killing me. So you can see my t-shirt that way. You're looking forward to transferring to the pirate service. You're waiting on a sub-thief cooldown from when you placed it. Give you a 7-day wait period. Good mechanic to prevent abuse. I'm glad that you are getting ready then, J Dealing Fire. I'm looking forward to you joining us. Been really nice to have people joining us on the server. Been really great to have, obviously, Joy and her community join. We are talking to Funcom about potentially helping a few other people out. There are other streamers who are small content creators, like, you know, Vicky size to my size kind of scale, who have faced what I would call widespread harassment on the public servers. Some of you will have heard about it. Some of you will have seen it. I'm sure it's not a huge surprise for any of you. But I really dislike that behavior. I really think it's horrible to force people out of the game, or to try and attempt people to attempt to force people out of the game. Suffice to say, I was pretty pissed when I found out. So I'm talking to them about potentially we will give some people who've been having a hard time on those servers, we might give them a home. But I need to check their content out first and check in on things beforehand. The doxing was crazy. So many people banned and quitting. It's just insane. Like I just not treatment that anyone needed. I could just make another soft step boots, but the pincushion boots have 146 minus 3, basically 3.8, and then 6 for blade. 6 for blade, same armor, but only the dash stamina cost reduction and the worm throw reduction. No mitigation against radiation or darts. Whereas the forge is even better, especially against fire. But it doesn't have the 6% blade mitigation. Oh, it does. Why would you go for the pincushion when you can make the forge then? Radiation, blade, and darts. Okay, it's not got dart mitigation, so if you're getting shot a lot, the forge isn't as good, but if you're dealing with environmental effects, the forge is better. I think I'll probably work towards a set of the forged, like the forge over time. The fire mitigation on it is going to be huge. To do that boss, that fire mitigation would be really nice. Forge best if you want to induce environment. Yeah, pincushion's dart. Yeah. Still wondering. We'll try it. Fuck it. Oh, I forgot about these that we found. In a hidden Imperial testing station, experiments in hybridizing fogwood and alaca plants into madness and death. A beneficial byproduct of these experiments, these unique pills, utilize properties extracted from both plants. Said pills slow down toxin absorption down to half its usual speed, allowing one to take on impressive amounts of poison before suffering ill effects. I think those are neat. However, they are bloody expensive. Each pill is 20 spice melange. We're going to have to go spicing. You use pincushion and bulwark set. Environment doesn't matter, just don't get hit. I mean, on the fire dungeon, you can't help but get hit by the final wave unless you've got a floating spent spell. I think what I'll end up doing is actually for those areas, you might actually unironically be better off with a responsive planar rather than a full, because you'll stay floating in one location, especially during the lightning dungeon. You make 3 at a pop. Okay, so still 20, still 20 melon, just still expensive. And I want us to be, I've been saying this for a while. Give us the ability to grow agave seeds ourselves. Please. Please. In my base, let me grow agave. If testing stations can do it, why can't I? One second, I'm just looking at something in emergency chat. One second, chat. I just need to answer a message from Ham quickly and find out what's going on. If I was looking at my Discord DMs, there's a lot of them. Sorry, chat. As you know, I have to focus on doing some of these issues when they crop up. I can run the ads now, Charon. Such a good idea. I'll run the ads now a few minutes early while I'm sorting this issue out, and I will be right back, chat. So let me press this. That will delay the pre-rolls and run the ads now, and then I can solve this issue and be back with you in a couple of minutes. I will be right back. Thank you very much, Charon. I appreciate you. No, you're all right, Phantom. I hope that you sleep well, buddy. Enjoy. Give me just a moment. Okay, that's dealt with. Dealt with. Thank you for bearing with me, chat. Sorry, I was just fixing a staffing issue. How dare people have personal and private lives of their own? It's very rude, personally. I just don't think that's necessary. I don't think anyone needs their own personal and private life outside of their employment. Honestly, what's the issue here? How dare you have family issues where you need to have a day off? Very rude. How dare you, quite frankly. Insubordinate and churlish. Yeah, indeed. I like that this still says Sentinel Belt temp short description. Copy to clipboard. Discord. The funny thing is, I'm very sure that I've sent that exact one across as well. No, it's not that. It's called... Do this. I've definitely reported this one before, but I can't remember where I've reported it. Okay, I've re-reported it. Done. Is the Tycho mission doable solo for a T4-5 mix setup? Aluminium tier? Probably not. I would not say that any of those overland dungeons are doable safely. Aluminium tier, you might find you die quite a lot, and the problem with the wreck of the Taiki is that you have not only a room where you have to kill the enemies inside of it, but also you have to run through some quite large enemy concentration rooms to get the locations. Given that you've got to wear a rad suit, you're going to be wearing a tier 4 rad suit, which is very, very low in armor. I don't think that you'll be doing that. Maybe you'll be using a T5, you might be just doing a T5 rad suit, but... Let's see, the armor rate on a T6 rad suit is 833. The armor on a tier 5 rad suit is 648. You're basically talking about a 15% reduction in armor and mitigation. You could probably do it in a Mark 5, but I would not suggest trying it in a Mark 4. The Mark 4 has 278 armor, you'll just die. You got a tier 5 rad suit? Okay, so if you're tier 5 for a rad suit, you should be able to do it. You might just want company. If you're on our servers and you want company, Carforth, I can come with you and kill the enemies for you if you want. I can take a Taiki quest and then make sure that you've actually got, you've actually got some cover if you need it. And you need the iodine pill? I don't use the iodine pills personally because there are side rooms that don't have that level of radiation. There are rooms that you can kind of let the radiation fall off. We're not far off of completing the bulwarks. We're very close to actually having most of these obtained, which is kind of neat. Means less time standing here to fall off, though, that's true. But ultimately, if you're running it at tier 5, you're probably not looking for time efficiency, you're just looking to get it done. Let's go and look at these. God damn it, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. Yeah, I've not been running them at higher difficulties than level 5. I think the only ones I've done have been up to level 5, or up, even some of them at level 3. I think with a responsive planar and a build change, I could probably do the lightning one. I just don't like risking it, and I do find that I have some system issues while I'm streaming and live with it, so that one can be a bit of a challenge to do, but broadly, I'm just waiting for them to sort out stability and stuff beforehand. I'm not really too fussed on running those dungeons because you can run those dungeons an infinite number of times per day. Once I've got a high level of combat skill and I've got, more of the skills where I want them, I can just delve into that content at will, but I'm not the kind of person, as many of you know, who enjoys running things over and over again. Let me just put this in the calendar. Something's just popped up. So it's all go this week, isn't it? 7:30 and 8:30, I think that said. And that is survey. Put that in the correct calendar. And then put it on the correct day, so it's not yesterday, it's on today. Nice. We do have a meeting tonight as well. So now I'm just doing a quick Rift recon run to get another bit of the new labs and overworld POIs not have tier 4, 5, full tier 5 is minimum. Exactly, yeah, that's what I'd say. I mean, if you're in the radiation one, then obviously that's... Oh, wait, I'm doing... Oh, this is the actual race one. Nice, I like this one. If you're doing it at tier 5 and you've got the tier 5 rad, so you should be okay. It might take you a couple of tries. I'm not going to guarantee it's going to be easy. Those enemies are pretty damn tough. They've made them an actual challenge, which is nice. Hello, Tonton. How are you doing? Once you get across your survey, you'll shout out. You haven't got back from hospital, bit behind your schedule. I completely understand that. Hospital visits are never fun, never enjoyable. Unfortunately, often vital. No one tends to go to hospital just for a laugh. That's We are doing good, thank you, Tonton. Yeah, I've had a bit of a rant this morning about Discord and about regulation of age, etc. online, but apart from that, things are good. Okay, that's gonna be a bit tight. Nope. I messed that one up. Forgot this one was lower than it is, lower than where I was before. Well, yeah, we are doing good, thank you, Tonton. Yeah. Dune's in a good state. It's getting, like, the game seems to be getting more and more stable with each passing day. Oh, no. Okay. I should really pay more attention rather than looking away at chat, etc. while I'm trying to fly. I would love there to be more of these style of challenges in the game, like the run through the rift, or like having to do like ornithopter flight through a close environment is neat. If there was like an ornithopter dogfighting one for the combat, that would be great. But that is my favorite one of the exploration missions. I'll be really honest. Like I really enjoy that one. Test station. That's gathering. Open fire. Fremen finds. Got a smuggler's run and report that several masquerade. I think I need a scanner for that one. Sabotage aboard the Taiki, Heart of the Matter. And 2 in the Blushing Cavern. 3 in the Blushing Cavern, so we can actually do 2 in the Taiki and then 3 in the Blushing Cavern, and we'll be more than done. I need to work out which one I actually want to complete next, because I've got 2 there. That will get us up to level 10 if we do 1 more of those, and level 14, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see. It won't get us level 10 if I complete that one, so I need to do 2 explorations and 1 of the combats. There we go. Nice, easy math. Use scout imaging. Okay, well, we'll do this. You haven't played since launch. There more to the deep desert. There's stuff to do outside of the deep desert now. Obi-Wan. How many of you have actually been to the deep desert since the game came out? Because there's not so much reason to go to the deep desert anymore. Ooh. Of course I would do the artifact mission, definitely. I'm just saying that's so I can keep the spice to myself. I would never try and keep all the spice to myself. What are you talking about? Of course I would do the artifact mission. You're there now? Am I okay? My back's quite painful today. That's all I'm saying. Been bad since I woke up this morning. Oof. One second. Okay, strange. I'm just restarting one of the mushroom servers. It looks like it's having an issue. Hide from the sun. Maybe it'll get better. Read the description of what? Of this mission. It's about getting artifacts. I know that. I know this mission's about artifacts. What's the problem? Why are you telling me to read the... Why are you telling me to read it? Try the mission to recover the artifacts. Yeah, we know that it says the artifacts belong in a museum. What's the issue? Of course I would do the art. I'm still trying to understand what the problem is, to be honest with you. Final slide mentioned the note. The cliff face on the island's east edge. Oh. The quote, it belongs in a museum. I have done this as a race, and it's actually quite fun to do, but the sand bike still feels weird to me. Because it grips on rock like it grips on sand, and it doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Oh. 10 fuel cells? Wow, we're rich. Yes, as many of you know, I've got a back problem, so you know it's not you know untoward that I've got days when my back is bad and days when it's not. One of those things. Below a wreck on the island's southern edge. Bye-bye, everybody. So that's the wreck. You didn't know you could bypass that stuff? You can bypass lots of things. See, this one, however, the devs realized that you couldn't because they've blocked me off here rudely. Look at this. I should be able to bypass it, but I can't. Let's go this way. And then here, you can't bypass it here. They've foiled my plans. Cheeky devs, I know. Devs trying to hide the loot that I deserve. That said... you can still bypass an awful lot of it. There's a crater at the heart of it. That's fine. You guys can just leave me alone. And then the center of the island beneath the... within a crater at the center of the island. So I don't actually... this is the one that I struggled with before, finding the crater, but... Hang on, we'll just stop in up here. Responsive planar, carbide blade parts I will take. What are you doing? Calm down. What doesn't help is that there's no like area map, which is unhelpful. Yeah, I've come to this one before and it's not been this one. I always come to this location. I'm like, no, it's not this one. Do you think it's under the crater underneath the ship would be the crater, but no. Over here. This part is not clearly defined. Yeah, I don't like this part. I don't think it's very well described. Is it this one up here? I don't know. You seem to remember it's close to the Thopter? Yeah, I seem to recall it's not actually in the center. They end up... It's kind of a weird one. No, it's not that one. That one down there. You do enjoy watching me do my Superman bit flying around? Well, why would I go along the ground when I don't have to, you know? Oh yeah, it's this one here. These artifacts belong in a museum, I tell you. What do you want? Hello, Lurican. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Now I need to place them at the arranged drop-off location. Very clandestine of us. Oh, it's behind this, isn't it? That's why. Like down... Oh, it's inside this, that's why. Yeah. I've only done this quest once before. I'm remembering the steps I did last time, so every time I do this, I'll get slightly faster at doing it. There we go, it's another exploration one done. Then we go to the wreck of the Taiki and we go do those quests. For those of you wondering, this is why I have so many suspensor belts and I run out of them so quickly. It's because why would I travel on foot when I can fly around in the air like a Sith Lord? Next to the wreck of the Taiki, which is up here. And then we've got two at the wreck of the... No, it's not up there. It's over here. Broodworks is up there. Wreck of the Taiki's down this one. Gear just breaks too fast in the game. So Reaper, with the new gear specialization system, every point that you have in crafting gives you 100% increased durability. Sorry, not 100%. Sorry, 1% increased durability for a maximum of 100 level 100. So that will mean that, yes, things will break slowly. There are also perks in there where things will break less often. You can also pocket a bike or death wheel. Yeah, but why would I do that? You can use an ornithopter in there. Yeah, I guess you have to assemble it in there. No, you have to bring it in with the... You can bring an ornithopter into that one? That's really silly. I don't know why I would, but fine. Okay, let's replace my suspensor belt, one that isn't going to break. And let's make sure I've got everything equipped that I need to equip. And I was just thinking about something that I hadn't got done. It was tracking the quest. This one is... The information. This one's the irradiated crystals. Track this one. I may just run the whole area twice if I need to.
Reveal yourself.
Eyes on hostile.
No, there's no hostiles here. Don't worry. I'm just running inside. You're imagining me. I'm actually a figment of your imagination. There's nothing to see here. Completely fine.
Someone's here.
Even with a high, even with one of the best rapiers in the game, it's still 6 or 7 attacks to kill that individual enemy, which is quite a lot for melee. It's a lot of stamina spend as well, because you have to remember that every single time you do an attack, you are going to spend a small amount of your stamina. So yeah, we'll grab the very, very invisible yellow band. Yeah, that one's hyper invisible. No one can see it. We'll deal with this gunner here because he's a butt. So he's now dead. I would feel quite bad if I was an NPC in Dune and I encountered Emily Slider. Just to be real, like, I've also got the timing down on enemy charges with the parry quite good now as well. It's that one. We need this. Mechanical parts, plasteel. We'll take all of this. I'm just gonna take all of it. Is it this one for this? No, different quest. Yes, so you respect for basically all range damage because you just can't use the rapier anymore and you don't know any blade weapons well yet. Fair enough. If the game doesn't feel good to you with your previous playstyle, changing that playstyle as a result of the patch makes perfect sense. I'm not going to judge you at all for it. I mean, it makes perfect, reasonable sense. Reroute emergency pack. Okay, so it is this one, yeah. It's in the middle. Steps wrong. Hey, how easy it was to find that orange band. You had to go on YouTube for the answer. I'm going to be honest, like, chat said, oh, you'll never find it. And I was like, okay. I ran in here and I was like, wait, what, you mean that orange band on the side just here? And people were like, wait, what? That what, huh? And I was like, okay. I literally ran up here, I saw it and was like, oh, I'll hop down and grab that floating band because you can see it. It's just there. What else am I doing in this area? And the emergency overrides are all through that way. What do I need to do for this one? The navigation Shigawai logs, they're further back as well. So, okay. Both of those are in the next area. Nice. If I go through into this room... Yeah. Not what I wanted to do. I just learned out that I haven't found the advanced... Wait, you haven't got the advanced trainers for all the classes yet? Oh no, Kvasir, wait. Oh, it's not just... Sorry, just a Dave, not Kvasir. And then Kvasir said, out of curiosity, what's the highest level you've been able to beat of the new stations? We attempted 136 at level 5 and the drill shots were wrecking us. I've done a couple of them at level 5. That's basically solo is all I can do. I can't do any more of them above level 5 solo. And I'm going to be honest, what I've found is that actually if you're attempting these dungeons in groups above maybe... okay, why did that not work? If you're attempting it in groups above 2, you have a disadvantage because the number of new enemy spawns is quite high. Well, that was rude, shooting me with poison. What are you shooting at? Oh, okay. If you insist. Retrieve and find the Shigawai navigation logs. Where are those ones? They're further back. And then that one should be done, I think. This one's exit, so no, just get the Shigawai logs. Okay. I know for a fact that I've missed a bunch of loot in side rooms, etc. So let's grab at least the ones that I know that are in here. That's that. This. We actually use different weapon types in groups to cover everyone's weak points. You have to. I think at some of the high difficulties, it's going to be absolutely necessary to be covering each other's like weak spots in the game. Yeah. Empty. They're likely quest locations for things. I know that there's something in this. This is where the loot is. But I've never actually cut all of these open, so I kind of want to find out. For a second there, I ran in here and thought I need to check the ceiling in case there's any ticks in here, but I realized I'm not playing Arc Raiders. Why do I feel like there should be another loot box in this room? Weird. I, for some reason, felt like that room should have had something more in it, but I can't remember what I was thinking of. Your game keeps stuttering, takes ages in loading screens. I don't have the same issue. It might be a few things there, Sultan, but unfortunately that's a really nondescript set of issues. When was the last time you turned your PC off entirely and on? Do you turn it off every night? Because not everyone does, so it's worth asking. If you haven't turned your PC off at any point, it might be that your shader cache is full and is having problems. You may need to increase the size of your shader cache, or you may want to, by restarting the computer, hopefully clear your shader cache for the day. So that might be thing. One guy drill shots and one melees, that makes sense. That's a good way of doing it, like I said. Have they changed PvP since release? No, a big PvP overhaul is one of the next patches. Ultimately, this big release recently was around PvE and around fixing the PvE elements of the game that really needed it. That's obviously not necessarily efficient to do the pass of PvP before you've done the PvE pass. So I imagine that, and as I say I imagine, I know for a fact, because I've had a conversation with the devs about it, that they will be focusing on PvP as one of the core improvements in the future patches. Now they've got PvE in a better state. Obviously, they still need to iterate on PvE. That's still a thing, but you know, it's better. Shield disruptors are coated in those stations. I mean, PvP is, yeah, I would say that PvP in the game is not in a good state. If anyone says, like, I really enjoyed the PvP elements of Dune Awakening, I do have to apologize to them. There's been no improvement for your gameplay loop since launch. It's still not in a great state, and a lot of people fell away from the game as a result of it not being great. Can you actually cast? Apparently no, it just won't cast my ability. You can't see me. Reloading, teleporting, killing. They've definitely made these endgame areas configured to be a challenge, just no matter what kind of tier of gear you're at. Like, you know, they're not meant to be easy for you at any point, even if you're tier 5 or tier 6, that is for sure. Like, you know, they've obviously put work into making this area actually kind of balanced to be an endgame challenge. Which sometimes I like, and sometimes it's bullshit, depending on if I die. If I die, it's bullshit, If I don't die, then it's fine. It's a good challenge. I missed a console table, didn't I? Oh, shield disruptors are goated. I don't use shield disruptors a lot, but if I was to be doing more of a shooting build, I likely would. I think shield disruptors as a general weapon are kind of slept on. Did you ever consider they can see you because they're watching stream? God damn it, the NPCs are stream sniping. You know what? It makes perfect sense. Thank you, Delchan. Is there a way to clear the shader cache storage, unplug your PC? Because I shut down your PC every day. Okay, well, it might not be the shader cache itself, then it might be the size of your shader cache. So if you go into your NVIDIA settings, your NVIDIA control panel, what is your shader cache size set to? And this isn't a guaranteed fix for everyone, but if I show you this. As some of you know, if you right-click on the NVIDIA icon, you end up with two options. You have the NVIDIA app and the NVIDIA control panel. A lot of people are like, but the NVIDIA control panel looks like it's from 2007. Why would I use it? Here is the NVIDIA control panel. One of the options inside the NVIDIA control, you have an AMD. That makes it more challenging. If you have a NVIDIA, what you can do inside of the 3D settings under global settings is find the one in here which is shader cache size and change it from from driver default up to unlimited. That can help you. If you're having problems on an AMD machine, it likely isn't going to be your shader cache that's the problem. It could be your drivers. Are your drivers fully updated, Sultan F? Have you got the game installed on a slower hard drive, or is it installed on a like an M.2? Because you have to remember now that, you know, even some SSDs now are pretty slow, and as a result, aren't going to be what you're looking for. So it might be that actually it could be the right speed of your drive. It could be all kinds of problems. This is the issue. If which servers are you on, Sultan? Are you on Nitrado servers, or are you on the public servers? Well, Sabu, yeah, you love your disruptor, but you're a ranged build. That's exactly the point. The disruptor would be good if I had a ranged build. You have a ranged build. Okay, well, I'll take the risk of a storm. Disruptors break shields? Yeah, they do. But I don't have a range build, so when I'm shooting a disruptor, my shield also goes down, and I die. Sultan, if you're on public servers, then what I would suggest is... And you've got, you know, your drivers are updated, you've got, you know, everything across the board, you know, you're on M2, for example. I'd make sure that you've got enough disk space, because obviously low disk space is always a problem for most games. You need to make sure you have some writable space in there. And then ultimately, if that's still a problem, and you've played around with the graphical settings in the game, and they're all at the lowest, and you're still having those same problems, I would then reach out to Funcom. There's a tiering order almost of what you need to try as a fix. First of all, try in-game settings. If, for example, you're like me and don't like running any upscaling, you're going to have worse performance because the game is doing a lot more. So the game natively is running in my ultra-wide, like it's generating it all in one go. So if you're trying to do too much with your settings, that could be part of the problem. You know, we have this down to low because we were getting some GPU spikes at one point. The rest of this could all be higher up. Once I'm just replying to Jake quickly, chat. Okay, a couple of the mods are a little bit upset about something, so give me a second, chat. AMD graphics fix, is this mpop fix down from GitHub? Okay, that sounds horrifying. There's a YouTube video for an AMD graphics fix. You download something from GitHub and you look it up as how to apply it. Okay, Real Blood, I mean, I haven't checked that. I don't know that's guaranteed as a thing, but that's, if that worked for you, then great. I know that Luther is on a AMD system, so Luther might be able to help with that as well. Luther's been playing around with Dune for a while and is on a, I think he's on an X7, an XT 9700. Does that sound like an AMD code to people? At this point, I don't know for certain. You've done it, it works, it's the only workaround? It's the only workaround that you found that works, fair enough, yeah. There you go, another 49 advanced rated slag is pretty good going. And your whole life. I'm just gonna mute. I'm just deafening this. I'm not getting involved in that drama. It's this was agreement between a couple of the mods that needs to be resolved offline. I can't deal with it right now. You look it up. Thanks for the help. Not a problem, Sultan. I hope that works. If that does work, please could you let me know? Because if that does work, I will pass that resolution on to Funcom and say, hey, we've noticed that users with AMD machines have been struggling. This is the workaround that people have been finding. So if you find that that fix does work for you, please do let me know, because I think we would appreciate and likely benefit from knowing. Hopefully that could mean a fix for all AMD users via Funcom if it works properly. AMD doesn't really like Unreal Engine 5. That's interesting. Why is that? Do you know, Shucky? I mean, I'm not a game developer. I don't use Unreal Engine. So there may be some kind of really easy and simple answer in there for that, but I would love to understand why particularly AMD doesn't seem to get along well with Unreal Engine. The screen is halved? My bad. I wasn't doing anything important, don't worry. You didn't miss anything important. Thank you, Belle. Right, what was I doing? I was upgrading my specializations. Thank you very much, Sultan. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it'd be good to know. Oh, I've got a message from Luther. See, it might not be about. Oof. KG. Okay, let's level up these. So we should be able to now get Treasure Hunter. Increase the amount of loot gained from crashed ships and buried treasures. We're going to go find this one out. We're going to see what this actually looks like practically. It's one of the things we were testing out yesterday. And there's also 5, another skill point. And again, now we've got 14% increased damage and mitigation. We've actually got a 10% increased backpack volume size. So, you know, we'll actually have 17.5 increase. So we're at 192 total weight is going to be really nice. We like that. That's now broken enough that I don't think we need it anymore. I'm going to need to start leaving things next to the recycler for Luther, because I think Luther has this ability already. I think Luther might not be far off of recycled jackpot chance and also have recycling yield. Recycling. Isn't spice actually to be 50% cheaper in the desert? Okay, no, Wizik, the cost of creating these benches is 50% less in the desert. So, for example, if I can't make it with that. Do this quickly, one sec. You have those? You haven't noticed the difference yet? Before I had a lot of shuttering, rubber banding, now it's very good, even with my RX 660. I have some settings on ultra with good FPS. That is good to know. If I grab some of the salvage metal that I've been leaving in here, I should be able to make something that I completely forgot what I was going to make. One of these. So if I grab this, so if I show you that, for example, it takes, this says it costs 12 granite, you can see behind me, just here, 12 granite to make one of these chime foundations, right? Just here. If I was in the deep desert, it would cost me 6, as I understand it. Same for these. The utilities, if I wanted to make, okay, let's get a more simple one, a recycler, rather than costing me 30 copper ingots, it would actually cost me 15. That's what it reduces. The actual crafting and making of goods, for example, refining spice, if I go to the spice refinery, this will always be the same cost in the deep desert. But making this whole structure is half the cost in the deep desert. There is a lands rad ability, as somebody said, where if you win the lands rad, crafting costs are reduced by 25%. So at the moment, that means that this week, anyone who's a tradies will be able to vote to be able to make spice sand for 7,500 rather than 10,000. So you're slightly more efficient at this week. It's great for those catching up. It's not so important for those at endgame. I'll be real. You had some crashes a few weeks ago when the latest AMD Adrena came out. You had to re-roll back to a previous one that never had any problems. Also, like mentioned, AMD can get wonky with Unreal Engine 5. I saw after doing some digging. That's really interesting. Maybe Funcom need to communicate something about that, because actually that's something that probably will be easily missed by a lot of players who might fall away from the game because of a lack of good user experience. Are these both ingress? Ingress and egress. Two iron, 2 copper, and rare dust chest. Ape key not working, okay. I'm going to try that shader cache thing when you get home. I run a 5070 Ti with Ryzen 7, not too many issues, but some slight hiccups. I mean, the game will have some slight hiccups, don't be wrong. You will never, I don't think you'll actually get the game running buttery smooth perfectly all the time, because, like, for example, there are just Haga Basin related bugs. But I think there is also, there's a balancing act there, right? Why is the fabricator not next to the other? Lufer, what is this layout? Why would you not put the fabricator next to the survival fabricators? The other, literally the other fabricators. Which would mean that I can then put this on the end here. Is it believe that light's in the way. Crafters, not drafters. Crafters. Crafters, recycle me. That should have 4 special characters. We've got 2 spaces, 1 comma, and 1 exclamation mark. Unless you can use... Can't use an exclamation mark. Is that a full stop or a comma? Okay. Okay, Jesus. The filters on this are so dumb. Because you can really get around them. Yeah, I can't put a comma in there. Okay, fine. Can only use... Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't really understand why, because you can still make rude words despite their filters, so... Strange one. Oh, come on, Spine. You can do better than this. Like, where is your underscore? No underscores for you, Sabu. No underscores permitted. Illegal. Illegal underscores. You haven't got a license for those. Did I see the lighting and ambience created with the smuggler lights? When the lighting works, it's great, yeah. There'll be some features that can't be fixed with the settings change. Exactly, yeah. From last update of drivers, you lost crazy light bit in Black Desert Online, and here you have problems. GX6, G6X even. I hate that most we're punished for running in full groups. You can imagine you can only progress in dungeon level solo because that stupid team scaling. Yeah, the team scaling in Dune is currently off. It's very, very wrong. There you go. I've told Luther that I've made a recycling chest. How is Vicky sick again? Can't believe that Vicky is once again sick. It's wild. Afternoon, Dax. How's it going? You seem to get absolutely swarmed with 3 or more. Yeah, I don't like the enemy scaling. I think it's wrong. I think ultimately if you can get 4 people to run together and have fun, it should be easier than having 3 people. And that should be easier than having 2 people. It shouldn't get harder the more players you have. That seems dumb. You're basically encouraging players to run in solos, especially when you've got instances that are limited by the number of instances that you can have. So, for example, on the public servers, you can only have 1 of those dungeons at a time. Well, okay, well, why are you not incentivizing people to run them in groups? You're actually doing the exact opposite. It's really stupid. There are parts of the dungeon running for me is the worst part of this patch. I'll be really honest with everyone. I don't think that's quite hit the spot in the way. My psyche's up for debate. I completely agree with you, Widdly. I like to imagine that my psyche is evolving on a day-to-day basis. You never quite know what you get. Running that fire station with 3, you were getting down all the time because there were so many drill shots and damage on them is crazy since this patch. Yeah, drill shot damage seems to be really overtuned. Prepping talking to you for the Bitcraft wipe at the end of February. Very nice. Okay, so if we store items, I want to store 1,000 light darts to go with the stuff that's in here. We didn't replace our other stuff. One or 2 or 3, Jax. Go back. So we are probably at level 11 of our house standing now, aren't we? Level 11? We'll hit level 12 tomorrow and get the Ornithopter then, hopefully. I don't know if we've got enough script for that. We should have enough script tomorrow to get the Ornithopter, which will be nice. So tomorrow we should unlock the Harco Scout Thopter, which will be interesting to see as a style. Dax, what is changing about Spitcraft on the 26th then? What is being released? So we need to get some more ammunition. We need to get some repair wire. When is the next ad break? I might get up and stretch my legs. Okay. Been nearly an hour since the last ones. 50 minutes. That's because we ran them early, didn't we? I'm really hoping the Thopter skin is more of a change than the buggy one is, because the buggy one's a pattern change. The model is the same. That's a bit of a shame. I think that largely it won't be. Oh, Balthazar has claimed ad time. We will run the ads early. I will do that. Thank you, Balthazar. Let me go land at the base and I will run the ads. Well, technically late, but technically early. And actually we'll do the job, because otherwise we're going to have some time where we're going to have pre-rolls. And no one wants pre-rolls, right? None of you want pre-roll adverts when you tune into the stream. Okay, let me go run those and stretch my back and then see how things are going. So press that. Thank you, Balthazar. Who likes pre-rolls? Honestly, gross. All right, I will be right back, chat. Grab yourself a drink of water, grab yourself some food, and we will see you in 2.5 minutes. Whoop. Welcome back after those ads, everyone. I hope that you are doing well. Dax, thank you very much for that resub, buddy. 9 months is absolutely amazing of you. It is super kind. Very, very awesome, dude. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry I didn't see that before the break. I will be open and honest with all of you guys up front right now. If my back continues to get worse, I will call the stream at 3:30 my time, so in 80 minutes. If by 3:30 my time my back isn't significantly better or hasn't stopped getting worse, then I will likely have to end the stream because I can't keep focusing on stuff. You'll notice occasionally I keep on getting distracted midway through a sentence. That is basically because like a pain spike is just taking my brain and being like, okay, that your thoughts are gone. The major changes to the Empire system, which requires a new map to be generated. Empire is no longer a premium cosmetic system, but being turned into a mechanical feature. Towers are fixed locations in the world rather than player-built, with certain resources available in some territories to the Empire that controls it, making features like territorial buffs, etc. on the roadmap. There's a brand new quest system with an overhauled tutorial and making traveling merchants more viable too. Actually, Dax, that's quite cool. I really like the idea of the towers being fixed control points, a bit like you had to hold systems in EVE. And then around those, the resources spawn. I think that's really neat. I like that a lot. It means that players actually have a reason to want to take and hold territory, want to capture territory, and to have a large amount. I also imagine there'll be some need to upkeep those. So if you have too many of them, there will need to be some kind of natural, not malice, but like a natural way that other players can catch up, because otherwise you'll find that a group will snowball and have large access to resources. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do that. How is that as a coloration style? Oh, why is that Atreides colored? Horrifying and illegal. Try that for now. Why not? Would it not be better to call the stream now? I'm gonna take it. Well, it might get better, Sunzia. With the stretches I've just done, it might release the pressure in it, so I don't know. Catch you later, Gundorf. I hope that you have a good drive back from work, buddy. Thank you for being here. All towers that have energy needs to be maintained through gathering some of those resources and processing them to be delivered to towers you own to upkeep them. So you'll have to manage them and maintain them, and you'll have to have basically a very organized group of people to do that. Actually, that sounds really compelling. I really like the sound of that. I dip in and out of Bitcraft. I'm a Bitcraft player rather than running a large community or doing like that. And I think it's fun to occasionally just go and have a bit of a kind of a casual play around. I'm very interested in that change, though. That's a neat set of changes. Oh, there's my soft step boots that were missing, apparently. Logistics is a limiting factor of having too much territory. I can imagine, especially as players fall away from the game after a wipe. You're likely going to see that actually, like, a large empire might just crumble as people leave the game. It reminds me a bit of the way that POSs, player-owned star bases in EVE, needs to be maintained. And I quite like that. I think that's kind of neat. Hello, Mr. Greggles. How are you doing? I hope that your meetings are okay. You've joined us when I'm actually... I've given the stream notice of potentially ending in an hour's time if my back doesn't get any better. So that might happen. But we'll have to go from there. I'm in many pains. I imagine that your pains are mental and anguished from corporate exposure and meetings. Well, exactly, yeah, that's why, like I said, if it doesn't get better by 3:30, then I'm gonna have to call it and have to go rest, because I can only risk it so much. On the base backup reconstruction tool, what happens if you cannot place it back to your new server? That spot is taken. Carforth, see, if that spot is taken on your new server, you could just switch to another siege on the same server. So, for example, bear with me. Why have I suddenly got more vehicles? Who knows? If I do this, so currently we're on a server called Blackbeard. If I found that I got into space and, oh look, this location here is taken, that's not going to work. Oh, maybe I can't go to this server. Let me do this. Back to the main menu after this, and then I'll show you about switching servers. It is really simple to switch sieges. So if I go main menu, you will see there are a bunch of servers on this option. You can see all of them. They've all got the same ping. They've got a ping. I've got a ping of 73 to all of these. So say, for example, you know, interesting. Say, for example, I was on Blackbeard. Actually, I want to switch to Anne Bonny. Well, I could just double click on Anne Bonny. I can click join. It will make me enter the password. You'd hope I would know the passwords, right? Back problems are terrible to have. I've had a back problem since I was 12 years old. I'll be honest with you, my back pain started when I was 12. I was told for 6 years by my doctors that I was faking it to get out of sports or to get out of school. It then turned out that actually with an MRI. What do you mean invalid password? You loaded me into the server, but you won't load me into the siege. That said Blackbeard. It shouldn't have been Blackbeard. I'll be interested if it was, because that was not... What did the MRI show? The MRI showed that I'd collapsed my L3, L4, and L5 not vertebrae, discs in my back, and they were crushing my sciatic nerve. Almost completely. So, that's a whole thing. Yeah, so this is very much a different base. So if you logged in, you can literally just find a different base. This is interesting. So this, for those of you who aren't aware, is the siege that JoJo and her community have moved to. And I can just freely invade it. You love it when doctors say you're faking? It's really great when a doctor tells you, oh yeah, you might have all of these symptoms and be in pain every single evening and not be able to walk when you wake up in the morning. But there's no problem with you. You're just faking it to get out of sports at school, even though you're in the rugby team and also enjoy swimming 3 times a week. That was Tittle's old base that couldn't be abandoned on the old server. That's Barra Dune, it's Nick's base. Is Nick still playing? Doctors didn't believe you when you got malaria. In fairness, malaria is one of those things that you don't often probably expect to see as a doctor and probably catches people out. The doctor put attention seeking right across my medical notes. RC, it gets better though. Because as many of you know, I have an ADHD diagnosis and I used to take medication for it every day when I was a teenager. What they didn't tell me with my back problem was that when they put me on opiate painkillers, you really, really shouldn't combine ADHD meds and opiates because you can get serotonin syndrome. How long was I on those drugs for? 5 years. Doctor? Yeah. If there was a mods call for doctors, serotonin syndrome is, how to describe it? Okay. Serotonin syndrome is a potentially life-threatening condition caused by excessive serotonin activity in the central nervous system, typically due to medication, supplements, or illicit drugs that increase serotonin levels. Symptoms are altered mental status, neuromuscular excitation, autonomic dysfunction like tachycardia, hypertension. You know, you'll get agitation, confusion, basically emotional volatility, very normal. tremors, muscle rigidity, all kinds of stuff. Serotonin is a very important chemical for your brain. It's basically what allows you to kind of like, it's one of the things that works with your brain to help you feel good. It's like oxytocin, it's like dopamine, it's very, very vital for brain's function. But like most hormones, if you have too much of it, the body starts to struggle. And if the body isn't uptaking it properly, or you're overproducing it and your body isn't absorbing it, it just sits in your brain and kind of makes it go a bit screwy. So that's a whole thing. Yeah, so basically that didn't go very well for a long time. So as a result, my opinion towards doctors is mixed at times. They're obviously very important, but I think that the medical system, particularly in the UK, doesn't really work anymore because there are too many people for each doctor. It's great when a doctor can know you and like know your symptoms and can actually have the time to really talk to you and work things out with you. When a doctor doesn't have time to actually like spend more than 10 minutes with each patient and you're seeing like 40 or 50 patients a day, how can the doctor really know the depth of what's going on for you? I don't think doctors are set up for success in the UK. You have to go private if it's not life-threatening. So this is Jojo's base, which looks like... It looks artistic at the same time as looking like an absolute mess of ramming the buildings into the caves, which I think is a real achievement as a blend of styles. Because it looks great while also being like, what the fuck did you think you were doing? And it reminds me very much of another friend's base that's in a similar area that I'll show you guys Black on Blackbeard? No. Back on Blackbeard. You love blending things with caves? Yeah, we're going to see your base next. Your base is exactly the same thing, Mr. Greggles. It is exactly the same. Oh, this fits here. I'm just going to make that one work. So I'm going to show the people who are here from Joystream what your base looks like now on Blackbeard. Took you 3 weeks to get a 5-minute phone call for a medical review? Exactly. Yeah, it's wild. So if you need opiate painkillers, you can't get those on repeat prescription because obviously they're a controlled substance. So you have to speak to a doctor every time. So if I need my painkillers, it takes me at least 3 weeks to speak to a doctor to get the painkillers that I need that day. That works fine. That's not a broken system. That makes sense. What happens if I switch on the seats? Does my base come along with me? You bring what you have in your inventory. You bring what you have in your inventory. So unless you're using the base reconstruction tool to transport it, you're just going to take whatever you're transporting over, yeah. The game is designed so that you can visit your friends in other sietches. The second guild base you built is Autism Made Manifesto. I don't even want to know what that looks like if that's it. I can imagine it's very well organized. Oh yeah, just to go back as well on the other funniest thing. When I was suffering from serotonin syndrome as a teenager from taking opiates and ADHD meds, the clever solution that the doctor came up with was, yes, we'll put you on SSRIs because that's what all the teenagers are on these days. So hang on, you've combined chemicals that create too much serotonin in the brain, and then you're going to give me an uptake inhibitor. Yeah, so my early days medical stuff was a little bit wild, kind of dumb. There's a reason why I just feel a little bit silly about doctors. Yeah. When I said that to another doctor when I moved away from home for university, the look of horror on her face as she realized the interactions between the drugs that I was on was interesting. Very interesting. So this, for those of you who also like cave bases, is Mr. Greggles' base in chat. It's substantial. I'm disappointed that he got rid of my specific roof entrance that I liked. I use that a lot. But this is Greg's base. It's very nice. Yes, you can transfer to another whole server. Yep. Server transfers have limitations on them, so make sure you look at what Funcom have announced in the patch notes for 1.2.4 for server transfers. You wish you could add one more vertical extension. Oh, okay, what, to go one higher? Yeah, it would be quite cool, to be fair. You'd have to get rid of a side one, though, to go higher, I think, wouldn't you? Build them a chandelier. Do that. Now, the issue is they always get lost inside of your base. You have one F, but you can't go up because it also expands down? Ah, okay. You've got no build zone below you. Okay. Interestingly, you don't have the same performance drop that we have in our base from these. Fascinating. This is your favorite room? Oh yeah, this is a nice room. I like this. What's that noise? Was that the door below us? Do I have a standing chair? The issue with diddly with my back would mean that the extra standing on my, how to describe this? There are multiple different types of disability, like, you know, disabled people come in many shapes and forms. But broadly, you fall into one of two categories. You are either the kind of disabled where move equals bad, or where still equals bad. I'm the kind of disabled where standing still upright is very, very difficult for me over time. Some of you will have seen me at TwitchCon, and if after we've walked somewhere, what, you mean up this way? Yeah. After we've walked somewhere, I'll be fine while we're walking, but as soon as we stop, I will go like pale in the face and I'll start shaking and sweating. That's the standing still pains. Face is backed up, you'll lurk here with everything that's been crashing, means a month off. Well, fair enough, One Bright. If you need to take time away, you take time away. That's your prerogative. But unfortunately, I'm the kind of broken where if I stand still, I'm standing upright for time, that becomes more and more and more painful. So unfortunately for me, that doesn't work. It's why I make such an effort to get up and move around for a couple of minutes, but it's not like getting up and standing still while I play, because that would be a problem for me. The problem for me is not a part of my back, which is to do with the kind of being upright in the posture, more the weight bearing and the nerve signals being sent to my legs. Because that's what's damaged. Who needs nerves? Honestly, nerves are really overrated. The one thing that you must have a lot of, Greg, is agave. If you live in this area, I must imagine that you come and collect this quite a lot just for ease. Well, I would hope that you do anyway. There should be one up on here somewhere. Am I not where I think I am? No, I'm further south than I think I am. Oh, okay, that was a horrible set of lag spikes. So much agave seed, yeah, it's very much needed. What? This is bullshit. Someone's harvested that before me. Probably Greg. It used to be if you went along the northern edge of the shield wall that you would find a bunch of them, but I don't know if they've changed that. It won't let you harvest some at all? That's awful. Like I said, I would really love the ability to grow this inside of like testing stations or inside of our bases with stuff that you can get from testing stations at some point. Because I think that growing agave, you know, and growing plant fibers are things that we actually kind of need. Slowly drifting somewhere. Then we go this way, and there's another one that was down in here. Growing will be an awesome thing to learn the plant. Obviously, well, exactly. Like, you've got all these testing stations. We've seen, like, fundamentally there is stuff growing in them. So, from a lore perspective, it's in. What the hold up there is to development perspective. It's about dev resources to create those items and that the systems that work that way, etc. So, you know, it's about what works for dev times. Also, you have to remember my view distance is on very low, so I've not got a great view distance for these items. I think that growing is one of those things that's been asked for quite a lot. A bit like, you know, flower sand crawler. You know, I know that's one that gets asked for a lot. We all want flower sand crawler, don't worry. I'm on your side here, chat. Really, you're kind of looking out for just pink flashes of the agave plants is all I'm really looking for. There's one. Technically, you can walk around for 5-10 minutes, but if you stop walking, you can back on the pain in under a minute. Exactly. That's the difficult part, and it's really hard to explain that to people sometimes. At TwitchCon, when people are like, "Oh, but you just walked here for half an hour, you're completely fine," I'm like, "Yeah, because I was walking for half an hour." But now we're just standing at a bar. Standing is the problem. I think that it's a thing that people don't really internalize, that actually it can be very, very different experience depending on just exactly what hurts and where it hurts. Yeah. It's a whole thing, but, you know, there's lots of things that I won't understand about dealing with various issues that I don't have. So, you know, I can't ask people to fully understand it, but it's just, it's one of those things. So I do, when people say, oh, you know, standing desks are meant to be really good for you, I'm like, well, they are, if you're the X use case, but actually not everyone is. Let's walk and talk is the better one. I love me a good walk and talk. I used to do all of my phone calls walking. I would just walk around my house. When I'm when I was doing corporate work, I used to really enjoy calls where, and I got a wireless headset for my work, especially so that I could take a call and I could just walk around the house rather than sitting there. And I'm not doing anything when I walk around. It's just the fact that I am walking seems to make my brain work better, especially when I'm in pain. Like, it's not easy. But when I'm not in pain, it's absolutely fine. I can just sit here. Like, as you guys have known, you've seen me sit here for like 20 hours while my back has been fine. So I know that it's, the issue I have with it is almost that it comes and goes in waves. Like, if it was consistent, at least that you would, you know, be one of those things. If it was consistent, it could be dealt with. But because it's not consistent, it's just an inflammation issue and it's just damage to the nerves in my back. There's very little that can be done short of certain chemical. In fact, there is a lot of work going into nerve regrowth and nerve reconduction. So I will be honest, like, medicine is changing and there's a lot of research into what can help replace and fix nerves. That's for sure. Hello, Tails-tastically weird. Yes, that is how Roman numerals work. Yes, VII means 7. You love when you lay on your back and you just leave your body and all you have is pins and needles from your waist down to your heels, but you still feel your toes, so you can still walk to the loo if you have to. Yeah, see, that's yeah. Thanks, Tails. How are you doing, bud? Foreign disabilities really give you the benefit of predictability. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I was meant to go and see, some of you know, Perry Carlisle is another streamer here on Twitch. He lives not too far away from me. I was meant to go and visit her after TwitchCon in San Diego, but it took me a month to recover from that for my back. And then obviously December was very, very busy with in December. January was recovering from that and getting things sorted for the stream, you know, doing the fundraisers. Game Jam stuff has been obviously going on, getting everything kind of done for American tax season. And now we're in February. My back is like, okay, well, here you go. Just when you were hoping to be able to do stuff again, time to fuck you up. I like to describe it, like, many of you will know this, even if you don't have any kind of spinal or physical problems, but you know how just as when you're about to go on a holiday from work, that's when you get sick? That's how chronic conditions are. They wait for the moment when you're actually like, you know, you're okay, you're happy, you're about, you know, you've got stuff to look forward to, and then they strike. Yeah, that's when they do it. They do it on purpose. My back is a cruel bastard. That's how I see it. Yeah. No unresolved issues there at all. Unless people can see this ability, they, for reasonable reasons, are unable to relate. I went deaf in one ear in mid-2025. Oh my god. Okay, folks understand the issues related to that, not just the loss of sound, but spatial awareness takes time. Not only that, but even the sounds that you do hear on the side that you still have hearing will be distorted, because ultimately our hearing and our brains, especially if you've lived, you know, oh, if I recall correctly, you're in your 70s, what you were saying earlier. If that's the case, you've got 70 years of your body being used to being able to hear in stereo, and all of a sudden actually now it's hearing in mono. Everything will sound different. That's not actually a small change at all to the way things work. That's oh dude, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'll be honest with you, the two disabilities I'm most afraid of for myself would be deafness and blindness. I can deal with chronic pain to some extent, you know, I've done it a lot. But the idea of not being able to read when I'm in pain, or to be able to hide away from the world, or like listen to music and stuff, that does scare me. So like those are genuinely things that like I would not like. So I can only imagine, you know, the adjustments you've been having to make, but I hope you're doing okay. I think that everyone's got shit that is hard to see for sure, but there are certain conditions, etc., which are very underrespected. I'll be honest with you, this one might be a bit controversial. Women's health and hormonal problems in the workplace. You know, in Japan, there's like you get like time off if you've got like basically period issues. Like if you've got like, you know, severe cramps or significant pain or significant emotional disturbance, like they take into respect that the physical condition, you get time off. Spain, I believe, has recently introduced the same thing. That's a great thing. I know several people who have really bad problems every single month. And even when I was in the working environment with people like this, you know, there's very little that's actually done for them medically. There's very little research and understanding. And I think it's downright wrong. Like, I can guarantee if it was men having, you know, every 28 to 30 days, you know, having some kind of issue, and, you know, they weren't able to work and they were emotionally disturbed and their sleep was thrown off and they were in discomfort all the time, you bet your fucking left nut that they'd be getting time off. I don't know. There are obviously many areas of, you know, of medicine that I don't think places get quite right, but that's one of the ones I think it's a really easy and simple win. And the fact that it hasn't been done or even thought about just shows you that there's still a hugely male-dominated political landscape out there, which is wrong, because actually, like, you need to have the laws need to, you know, treat the cross-section of society fairly and correctly. Imagine imagine you're getting punched really, really hard in the nads every 30 days. It takes 2 or 3 days at the minimum to recover, even if it's, you know, recovering well for a normal person, let alone how bad it can actually be if it doesn't recover well. And then tell me that they don't deserve time off every month to deal with their issues and to deal with things. Like, that's not fair. If you're forced to work under too much disability, you lose more time fixing the mistakes you made than you didn't. Well, exactly. I am a massive proponent of, like, when you are sick, take the actual amount of time off until you are back to normal, not just when you're no longer transmitting that illness, because I know firsthand, like, my back makes me make problems. I have to work slower. I have to take more breaks. I have to be very, very careful when my back is bad, because especially if I'm on my painkillers, because thinking is hazy. Opiate painkillers does affect your thinking. Like, it's definitely a thing. That's why you can't drive on them. You can't do a bunch of stuff on them. Well, you shouldn't drive on them. Some people obviously choose to because they don't feel mentally impaired, but it does slow your reactions. It does slow your thinking and your cognition speed. I know I have to be more careful about working and how I work and how often I work when I'm on my painkillers versus when I'm not. That's true of the work life. Like, you know, human body's amazing, deaf in one ear, but lost hearing over the course of several years, so your normal gradually changed from stereo to mono. There you go. Yeah, short to like, you know, a gradual change and adjustment is fine. Your body can do that. You can work with your body to do it. But to lose that overnight would be a real blow, I think. It'd be a real confusing way of dealing with life for people. You had to lay on the floor a couple of a couple of times a day at work because you're back. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, at the end of the day, if you don't allow your employees to have the kind of support they need and like the recovery time they need from being ill, you'll end up with just cumulatively more and more and more time off and less efficiency. Which is why I'm really clear with you. If my back continues to feel bad, in 50 minutes time, I'll end the stream at the 5-hour mark because actually, like, it won't be a good stream for you and it won't be good for me. So why would I do that? Same is true of work. Like, you do the work when it's a good quality, but if, like, you know, if you've got a death in the family and you can't work because you're crying everywhere, you know, you're unwell, you're sneezing and coughing and you can't focus, then stop working. Company sick pay is awful. Well, that's a thing as well. Like, there's a change to the Employment Rights Act coming in the UK over the coming years, which should make employment stuff a bit more equitable. But I would not be particularly interested in re-entering the UK work market until that's been resolved for a number of reasons. Company sick pay is just not great. Ultimately, like, people don't really want to be sick. Company sick pay is almost designed to, in my opinion, negatively affect those who would take the piss. And it means that the people who actually don't take the piss and do need time off end up suffering or end up feeling like they can't take time off because of the negative effect on the company or on other people, etc. If you're sick, you're sick. You should have the time off. But ultimately, if you're not sick, you shouldn't take the piss with your employer. If you're sick, you tell them and you do the best you can to catch up afterwards. You know? This one's full pay, this one's half pay. That's good. I mean, obviously, the country you're in will make a difference on sick pay, but that's what I mean. Like, unfortunately, sick pay as a system has been undermined by people taking the piss over the years, because people who don't want to work and go onto sick pay so that they can do the barest minimum. That unfortunately damages the system there for everyone. But that's the same as people who call an ambulance when they don't really need it. It's all the same kind of process. So that's not a new, you know, a new issue. 2s. These are all health kit Mark 2 as well. People treat people like adults, and if someone takes the piss and deal with the individual, that's what I do. Like, CEOs and high-level management getting massive bonus doing nothing doesn't help in the UK. It depends on which field you're in, Shanarhawk. Since 2008 and the regulations that have come in the financial sectors, most FCA-regulated companies, or any company that deals with financial products, whether that's, you know, mobile phone contracts, whether that is like finance deals of any kind, has a lot of regulation about how much actually can get paid to bosses and when they can get that, etc. So I think that is, certain industries have a big problem with that, yes, but not all of them are as bad as the others. So we've got a barrel extender, blade flexi coating, blade grip adjusters, blade sharpener. Do like this. Range. Ammo capacity. Garment reinforcement, it's a standalone one. Heavy caliber damage. Precision. Quick release trigger. Recoil adjuster. Tactical enhancer. There's a lot more range ones than there are melee ones, but I just want to see that we've got all of the ones we need unlocked. Blade sharpener, grip adjusters, flexi coatings. Okay. We go into our research. We've got the garment one, we've got the 3 melees, and we've got 1, 2, 3. We've actually got 7, 8 of these unlocked. We've got heavy caliber, capacity barrel extender, precision barrel adjuster. Yeah, we've got 8 in here as well. We've actually got all of the ones that we can get. We've got unlocked now. So basically, any new one will just dump into these chests. Oh. 1 second, chat. I'm just replying to Thor for something. Sorry about that, chat. My apologies. I'm just trying to get something looked into. Oh. Need a deposit all for the carrier box? Yeah, we've got a take all box. You haven't got a deposit all. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, you have to remember that it's a vehicle inventory, so none of the vehicles have a deposit all button of any kind. So there's always been so you have to remember that a storage box, this has different behaviors as a storage box to what the ornithopter container has. So the ornithopter container is functionally different to one of these large pieces of storage. So this is actually a vehicle. This isn't actually a storage box. So this has vehicle behaviors and looks like this because it's still broken in ultra wide. So you've got vehicle inventory. You can take all out of it into your personal. So you can go from, how to describe this, external inventory to internal inventory. This one is always external by default, but we can access this, we can actually, for convenience, access our ornithopter container like it's an internal inventory. This has no take all, but this does. So as long as you're doing it in the right way or taking it into your inventory, taking it into the internal, you can always take something on board, but there is no deposit all option for any of these except for water. And that, again, a very different UI, very different element. So yes, I agree that's needed, but you have to remember this is a bit like the flower sand thing. You're talking about a system that doesn't currently exist inside the game and doesn't currently work this way, so it needs dev time and hard coding to do. It's a would be nice issue. So that would be nice issue has to, so would you rather have deposit all and take all for this, or would you rather have flower sand being able to be harvested with a sand crawler? Would you rather have those, or would you rather have the ability to actually fill one of these up with water and have water be a transferable resource inside of things? You're just talking about the amount of time that the devs have to actually enable and do some of these things more than anything else. So I think that the changes that you're asking for will happen, but I would just be clear that, like, we are very likely just going to have to wait a while for them to do them because they've been focusing on the end game, which I do think has gone quite well. I don't know where my other one of these went, but hey, we'll rename this one. We'll name this the correct. So obviously, Funcom don't want you doing any any rude names or anything. So we can name this after Paul Rudd's character in Friends, and that's a valid name, or it was a valid name before. Yeah, there we go. Frat bag. That's a Friends reference. I don't know what anyone's talking about. It's not a rude term at all. It's purely a reference to Paul Rudd and nothing else. I don't know what anyone would mean. Oh, Dax, I will indeed hydrate. Give me just a second. Just store this where it's meant to be stored. Can we have sense of you again? No. Disabling that only works like 50% of the time. I need to fix that button on the Steam Deck. For some reason it gets an error. Sheltered in base. Nice. That means that our carrier counts as sheltered. I appear to have shifted to one side. Do you mean like this? Ah, it's an earthquake! Earthquake! Sorry. You tried to have the word spice in a container name. No, you can't have that because the first 4 letters, I think, are a slur. I don't want to Google it, but... yeah, that's a slur. You can't use the word spice because the first 4 letters are a slur. Yeah. Not really one of the slurs that you hear a lot in the UK because we haven't got a huge number of Hispanic groups here. But yeah, spicy's allowed. Well, yeah, but obviously that's got a Y after it rather than an E. That clearly yeah, of course, it's very different. It has a Y, not an E. I can't believe it. Oh, Battlezone, I'm really sorry to hear that. You didn't know there was a Dune game physics fun? Yes, there is. Sorry, I've only just seen the messages over on YouTube. My concentration is not at its best today. Oh. You tried more than once and you got flagged every time for you? We've got some downstairs that say spice. That works. It would let me do spice here. Maybe it's a public server versus... so the issue here is that the special character is Kronos's. No objectionable content, profanity, slurs, links, etc. So I can have this, but I can't actually make it grammatically correct. I can just cancel it. I think it was Chrono Storage before, wasn't it? Wild. Wild. But remember, no profanity, chat. No profanity. No, definitely not. Definitely no profanity. Can I make an insult like Kronos is? Shit, I probably. Let's see. We'll test out if we can do that. I mean, it says confirmed, Delchan. One second, I'm setting someone free on Discord because they timed me. They messaged me at a convenient time. Not that channel. Search that. Compromised account. Corporate software. Bans. Server settings. Banned. Sorry, Delchan, I left that up for too long. Copy to clipboard. I have set someone free. M-A-A-N. Let me go and tell that person over on Twitch they've been set free. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure somebody was unbanned. So yeah, you can be rude. Yeah, you can write slurs and profanities and stuff in there apparently, but you can't use grammar. Grammar is wrong. Okay, that can be recycled. That can be recycled. That can be repaired. Be repaired. There. Grammar is the ultimate slur? I mean, I guess so. I guess. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe that's not the ultimate slur. Second to correcting people spelling an argument. Correcting people spelling an argument is real funny, I will admit. But that is kind of hilarious. People get real mad about it, and it's kind of funny. Okay, so grab some more water. Well, you never agree with me or never argue with me. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that seems like a zero-sum game, to be honest with you. Sabu, are you online and playing? What do we unlock? What are you doing in game, Sabu? That's my question. So tomorrow we could unlock this and do the rest of the deep desert. I mean, we could do... Why not? Why not do this? You're doing combat missions. Ah, you're leveling up your combat trio. Okay, so if we go along here to the Plastone section. Okay, that didn't go my way. Plastone. Okay, we've got quite a bit of this now. That'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2,500 of that. We need some salvage metal. We probably need to take that on our individual inventories. Oh, there's more plastone in the granite. Okay. We're low on industrial lube, apparently. Based up in B5, do you have to be in a guild for Landsrad? I don't think you have to be in a guild for the Landsrad, but you probably should be in one. Why, do you need an invite? Doesn't work in that one. Okay. Ugh. Horrifying. You do have to be in a guild which is aligned to a faction, do you now? I know that for a while people could do the old Landsrad without being tied to one, but I'm guessing that likely changed. Oh, we're low on plastinium. Ooh, we're very low on plastinium. That might be my job then for the day. Oh no, we're not that. Okay, we're not as low as I thought we were. We will also need... It's Servox and steel? And calibrated Servox. Cobalt paste. We're low on that as well, apparently. Hello, Oberon. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Fairly sure. The problem is that I can't remember what used to be in the rest of my deep desert creation, like base creation stuff, so it's kind of a bit of a guess. There was probably some melange in there. We need melange for a lot of things. Just setting up for Deep Desert tomorrow? Very nice, Oberon. Very nice. Yeah, Deep Desert's a good thing to be setting up for. Visiting from Thor, hello, Blue Dragon. How are you doing? It is good to see you, buddy. This is the exit. Wait, what's in my storage chest? Did I get rid of this? I think I did. I no longer needed my chest down here. I moved up top. You redeemed ads? I can't run them yet, Spook. The Twitch doesn't let you always just like change around the ads as and when you want. Let me see. I can run them. I could run them now. They'll play by themselves in 5 minutes, so I can run them now. Okay, chat. Spook has redeemed for me to run the ads, and I can now run them. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. You guys should stretch your legs, grab yourself a snack, get yourself some water, you know, do a few things, look after yourself, and I will be right back after the ads when we will go and head out to the deep desert to go and chill. So look after yourselves, grab some water, and I will be right back. Whoop. And Thor? No. There we go. Swarm. Allah, I return. Oh, thank you, Cole Small. I mean, ultimately, like, you know, if I don't look after me and you guys don't look after you, then no one's going to be here. So, you know, it works both ways. You guys want me to look after me and I want you to look after you, so we can all look after each other and ourselves together as a group. We needed some machinery and probably some duralumin, I think, if I recall correctly. Machinery. Did go past the machinery. How are you doing, Cole Small? Welcome on in. I think it's just duralumin that I need on this side. No, I don't need more melange. I mean, I do need more melange, but still. Is it up his time? Possibly, Sabu. I'm just wondering what people are doing inside the game. Like, because obviously I don't see them around doing dungeons and such. I get curious. Okay, well that'll do. And then... Ah. Okay. I haven't got anything deployed for Uppy's time, so definitely not yet, no. There's currently 1.2 million water in B5. Is that for processing spice? Yeah, we don't need a spice processing base anywhere deep in the deep desert. That's for sure. Heal, and then... You're in PAX Day. Hands in a bit of a chill experience, but you want to do a harvesting, craft, and grind. That sounds like fun. I think that for me, the harvesting, crafting, and grind will go back to Bitcraft when that's around. The sounds of it sound like it's actually quite compelling. I'm quite excited to hear about some of the stuff that's happening in Bitcraft. That sounds actually much more like a bit more social sandboxy than it was before, where it was a little bit too friendly almost. Now there's actual kind of like almost, you know, there's land control, there's stakes, there's all kinds of stuff in it. I mean, it's kind of neat. Some cool changes to Bitcraft coming. I've told Thor there's big changes coming to Bitcraft with the Eve style sovereignty and area control from what chat said at a glance. There's a big wipe at the end of February, could be interesting, so I've told Thor about it. So You like being able to use the vehicle recovery tool to move your buggy with rockets to where I'm mining the deep desert instantly to cover your ass? That is very, actually, that's a very powerful use of it. Yes, Oberon, I agree. It's great, I can imagine. Yeah, that's a very powerful ability. Backstage feels a bit like Bitcraft in the way the craft and harvest grind works, but also not because there's zero questing involved. Interesting. I hear good things about PAX Day. I'm just not sure why I haven't played it yet. If that makes sense. Like, I just don't know. I just haven't been drawn into it yet. Like, lots of things sound reasonably interesting, but I'm not sure just at a glance that it seems to appeal as much as I might think. Let me go and have a look. It must be on Steam, I'm guessing. Let's go and have a look. PAX Day. Social Sandbox MMO. Build the land, build the home, forge reputation, craft stories, mixed reviews, interesting. Cannot recommend as a solo player. Biggest issue is monetization, particularly monthly subscription. It feels especially bad for players who paid for early access. Early access was presented as a way to gain advantage through land plots. Misleading rather than rewarding. Okay. You understand monetization involves for creating custom servers, but actual sub for keeping your base. After 3 week, being absolutely skeptical about the game and only seeing it from perspective of the community comments, my partner's screen, and my own personal preferences, I do recommend the game, but for a specific audience. Created by 5 people, went through a rough start. You can maintain your one plot by playing the game, and everything you need can easily fit there. Local player vast structures also offer... Local player vast structures, doesn't make sense, also offer necessary help depending on your location with benches access as well as points of interest on the map. Oh god. Combat is basic. It's not an action game. It's a very slow one. It's a very grindy process. Don't engage until you're ready to commit time to understand recipes, which take you from simple craft to multi-tiered processes. One played Skyrim. The one will understand how leveling works in those. Skyrim has very easy. You can hear your best level. Why are you saying if one has played Skyrim, the one will understand how level? The English of this, I'm not even going to read that review. English is just piss poor. Worse than pageable. It said, this will be why I haven't played PAX Day. This will be why I haven't played it. I look at those reviews, I'm like, okay, why do I want to play the game? There's nothing on the screen that stands out as being something that will make up for those reviews, ultimately. So that will be why I haven't touched PAX Day, personally. If it comes up. Understandable you got into it because you were gifted a key. Thor didn't like the monetization either. Yeah, see, that would be my big concern. Looking at those reviews, that doesn't look like a great set of interactions for players. So that would, like I say, be my initial concern about everything. Good morning, Freya. Good morning, Nap. Achieved. Now time for coffee and bickies. Julian is going good, thank you. Yeah. Description that gives you a lot more resources PAX Day. That sounds pay to win. That does sound a little bit pay to win. Thanks, Dax. I will send that across. Have an idea. Control up. Here we go. Insufficient stability. Well, that's just a lie. But we can work on that. That's fine. Two. No, nope. Okay. I am doing all right, thank you, PC Tech. My back is quite bad today, so we're kind of taking it as it goes. If it keeps being very, very painful, then it might be an early stream end. But, you know, I've talked about this before with the stream. This is one of those things that sometimes happens. Utilities. Nice, okay. So what this means is that now the fief is going to be perfectly sized, like size placed wise, to mean that we can... okay, well, we're building roofs here rather than anything else. So we can now, because of where we placed that fief console, we can now go right up to the edges of the fief boundary, because we've made sure that it sits inside the fief properly. You'd go up one more and place it center. The center will be fine here. I don't really mind. This will be all right. Need to make sure it can actually stretch out both sides, because that's always the concern for stability. Sweet, there we go. And Luther, the game didn't want to go up one higher, so I couldn't be bothered. Just missing my answer. Although I guess I could. Stability would suck, but yeah, I'm fine with this. How rude of the game? I know. How rude. I can't believe it. Well, I can believe it, but, you know, I don't want to believe it. Oh, oops. That's your base across new. There are two others, the side of it. Yeah, I don't know why people didn't build out on these spires in E5. These spires are pretty decent. I don't know why I think it's cobalt paste, but I could be wrong. I am wrong. Silicon blocks, not cobalt paste. It's the other one. Always one or the other. It's always either silicon or it's everything else. Stability can be a faff with the spires, and we can make it work. We'll make it work. logistics. Didn't feel like building on a spire today? Why not? Why? You built in an inferior cell rather than building on a spire. Can't believe it. Oof. There we go. I wonder if my ornithopter's legs are gonna fix itself. Nope. You were flying around while Salamander was talking? Ah, that makes sense. There you go. So you guys have been interacting in the desert. I really like that our deep desert is now a bit more active and there are actually people out here doing stuff. It's good to see. Oof. Interesting. Okay. Walls next. We need to do some walls. Outer face. We'll probably run out of plastone doing this, knowing me, but hey, we are where we are. It's been nice to get the Deep Spice on again. Oh, because I mean, our whole point here, and this is the point I was making to Joy when I made the offer, was like, our server is largely collaborative in that people in the deep desert don't tend to fight over spice or resources, because realistically, there's no point. Like, it's not like I'm going to take all that spice if you don't take it. You're just going to come back and make my life miserable and vice versa. So what is the point in us, like, making a massive fuss over it? There isn't one. That's why I think that the overall approach that we have on the server of, you know, fighting over the important stuff makes more difference. Like, people will fight over stuff where there's actually a reason to fight, not just fighting for fighting's sake. And I think that's just the nature of PvP in the game now. The reasonable state is that actually there's not really much point in PvPing. PvP isn't very balanced, isn't very fun. So why make other people miserable who are just trying to catch up and play the game? Like, you know, that's my view on it personally. Exactly. Yeah, it's a collaborative, not competitive approach is what I think most of us are on the lookout for on it. What does this one need? Granite. Why does that specific one need granite? That's really weird. That one's the Catalan Palace. You got the Ultimate Edition. Yeah, it's just strange. There's just 2 that require granite in the middle of all the ones that require plastone. It confuses me every time. It's all mixed in my walls. As many of you know, building isn't my favorite thing to do inside of Dune. It's not my calling, unlike other people's. There are some people who really love the Dune building. For me, building is very practical inside of Dune. It's a survival game. I was the kind of person on DayZ who made those really horrible treetop bases because people like wouldn't be able to get to them. And I wouldn't personally see a problem with that, but some people do. Let's see, inclines. Okay, well, he won't go there. That's fine. That's also not going to work. That's not what I wanted to do, is it? Oh, you're probably blocked by the, okay. Fine. You know what? Fine. We'll just go back to making wolves. Wolves? Walls. You might have an aneurysm looking at your guild bases. Are your guild bases complicated or boxes? The Solido could use a revamp. The Solido's pretty good. I mean, the base reconstruction tool is good, but I think everyone has different building styles and preferences ultimately, so everyone's gonna want slightly different things from their bases. The basic leader could use an option to snap to grid. That would be handy. I can see that, yeah. But you have to remember, the game doesn't have an inherent grid. The grid is created based on where you place your fief console. So there's not like a unique grid that will always exist and that's always there. Like, it's not like there is a grid for it to snap to. It has to create the grid first. So I don't necessarily know how that will go. The basic leader could use an option to snap to grid. Yeah, like I said. Which grid? The grid of the fief you've already placed down, that's fair. Sure. Bit to area. Again, you have to place down the fief first. I don't disagree. The Solido could be made cooler, but I'm just not sure what that fix is. I don't use the Solido replicator because it's not cool. So, you know, that'll give you an idea of like where I'm at with that one. Solido could place a floating sub-fief and expansions all at once based on set they use the base reconstruction tool. They could do, but again, that's going to be... What you're talking about there is dev time, rebuilding a tool that currently works the way that it works and doesn't have problems with it. What you need to do if you go down the route of making it work the way you want it to, you're talking about quite a lot of work for what is a would-be nice change, is what I'm saying. I don't disagree with you, but you have to remember about the prioritization of that change versus, for example... flower sand being harvested by sand crawlers, or the PvP overhaul. What do you want more? You want the ability for the Solido, like the Solido, to do stuff, or do you want the devs to focus on PvP? There's a trade-off to all of these things that we might ask the devs for, and it's about thinking about what the balance of what's right there is. So, like I say, I don't disagree, but I just want to be... Wait, is this... Did I do rooftop here rather than... Okay, apparently I did rooftop here, fine. Fine, so be it. The thief became grid-based, it would prevent or at least inhibit working with triangular blocks. Well, the thief is already grid-based, so you see this, we're already on a grid here. So the thief does work with triangular blocks as is. Currently, so I don't understand that last point. Probably actually drink water in the game so I don't die. That would be helpful. Oh, of course, because it's away from the central location, that's why. This is going to be a pain, isn't it, stability? If that fixes it. Did that fix it? I think it might have done. Yep. Fine, so be it. Hydrate or dihydrate? I did hydrate in game before I dihydrated in game, that's for sure. It was close though. Well, you couldn't be asked to build on a spire? Yeah, building anywhere has a problem. They can already do this since the reconstruction tool can snap back to original location. Again, but the base construction tool was made after the Solido. So again, you're talking about doing increased dev work to make the Solido do something it doesn't already do, and there's a trade-off to that. So while I think these improvements are all good things for building, yeah, just have to remember that there's actually a lot more to what's going on here than just, oh, that's only, you know, 5 lines of code. It's okay, but where does that dev time come from? That's the current thing that Funcom is really asking and working through. I don't actually know if this one will help. Let's find out. I think that's still the wrong shape. Oh, it does let you. Okay. In that case, we could put this structural beam in here and here instead. We can demolish this one. Nope. Apparently that... What? You know what? I don't even care anymore. I have an idea for this instead. Okay, there are some downsides to building on spires. I forgot about it. I feel like we're gonna have the same problem on this one because we're one step away. Oh no, apparently not. It's just that one corner. The stairs taking that stability from the walls, not the pillars. God damn it. They're definitely not though. Because it was when there was a pillar here that it was working, so it comes down to something about the floor here likely isn't supported properly. And I have to wonder if I'm going to be bothered to actually do that with what I'm thinking, or I can be smart about it. That's the eastern side. Yes, I can do this. Neat. Go. Yeah, it's on a cliff. We're on a spire here, so there's no support here. But what I can do here is that I can store one of the carrier components. We can park the carrier over it. Theoretically, you could actually also park another carrier box here, but I don't actually know if we're ever going to need 2 carrier boxes. Special. Make ourselves a nice little balcony. If the server lets me click. There we go. My biggest confusion with Dune is the lands, which is a big part of this update. Not being able to know what house rewards are, etc. immediately makes it convoluted. To be honest with you, I've just kind of forgotten that houses give rewards now. And I just kind of keep forgetting about it. So that's a thing. Come on. Okay, I don't like those stairs. I'm going to change those as well. Do this. Then the boxes need a 2x3. Possibly. They might need a 2x3, in which case I can make it one larger. This is only a first pass. It's the first one of these I've done for a little while. Integrated farms with blueprints that made it more user-friendly? Potentially. I mean, it used to be quite visible here as to what you would do. But now you can't easily see, I guess. To be honest, I kind of didn't realize that they were still giving the rewards they gave for the 14,000 points half the time. Once they're open, you can see what they've got. You know, you've got the Swatch, you've got the Dew Reaper. You can see it on this screen, as you see. US Reaper gloves, Indara's Lullaby, collapsible Dew Reaper Mark 6, Valari Stillsuit Garment, Buoyant Reaper Mark 6, US Reaper gloves. I'll be honest with you, as soon as you're engaged in the end game and you get, for example, US Reaper gloves Mark 2 or Tier 2, why on earth would you do this? So what I'm going to see is, by the time that people are actually in the end game, you don't want to, none of these rewards mean anything. Solari's already a meme. You don't want the Tier 1 Stillsuit mask. You don't want irradiated cores. I mean, the only real reward in here is going to be the 7,000 ones. How do you unlock the other ones? It's just time. Yeah, you'll get 5 more tasks every 24 hours. This is day 1, and day 2 you'll have 2. You'll have 10 options, accumulating in 25 options at the end of the week. Swatches are new. Swatches are not new. Swatches have been in the game for a long time. You've got 150 million Solari. How did you get 150 million Solari, and which public server are you on where the economy is fucked? You played the game? No. You don't get 150 million Solari by just playing the game unless the economy on your server is fucked. That's why I asked you the question. You sold some stuff, so the economy on your server is fucked. Yeah. Yeah, like we said. Sold a few things. Just playing the game. Yeah. Yeah. Alternatively, your server is fucked. Because of, and I'm guessing, all of the duping. Because that's what happened on the public servers. Solari's a meme. If anyone comes on and has more than about 1 or 2 million Solari from a private server, I'm like, okay, well, why were you exploiting? And then if you've been on a public server and you're moving across, okay, your money means nothing because we don't use money here for goods. Because it was exploited and duped to shit and back. Utilities, Pentashield. Where is the Pentashield? Here it is. Yeah, when you're on a server where, like, an Ancient Way is selling for 300 million Solari, you're like, okay, well, this is just fucked, right? What is the power need of our base right now? So we need 6 of these. Well, maybe 5 would be fine. I don't plan on adding anything else that uses power, so... Yeah, 20k spice as well, fine. Yeah, 20k spice is very easily doable. That's very easily doable solo, I understand that. The rest is less so. The people who have, like, if you've been on a public server, people can tell, like, it's very visible when someone's been on a public server. We've not had taxes on these servers in a very long time, no. I turned those off a long time ago. Okay, you're making your base down there, are you? Fine. Level 8 fire boss today, good job. Nice one. It was very hard. Yeah, it would be. It would be. Public server everyone has been decent since launch, nobody duping, etc., or not duping enough to wreck the economy. That's what it is. The people who will have been duping enough to not wreck the economy will get away with it. There's probably a bunch of people out there who did that in the early days. I think we caught a couple of dupers because they were idiots about it, but theoretically there could be anyone on our servers who did dupe and we wouldn't know about it. I don't even know the methods for the dupes anymore, if there are any. Since November, you spent a couple of mil on the public server just keeping up everyone's taxes? Yeah, see, that's wild. That's why I don't like taxes. I think they were wrong. And if you think that my opinion is low about the repair durability, like the durability repair bug, you'll be very, very surprised to hear that I think duping is wrong as well. I know, shocker, right? Super glad taxes are gone. It gave me so much anxiety until the base backup took him out. I completely agree. It wasn't good. You be mad at me? I only get some salary to buy some items from Landsrad. The rest you just delete. I'm not gonna be mad at you. Just sad that the money's getting deleted. But like, if you don't have any need of storing it, so be it. No one needs more than about 1 or 2 million salari unless you're interacting with a broken market. I'll be honest. Like, I've got 2 million salari, and I don't even need that. Like. I don't know. It's not a big deal. Like, Solari is nothing in the game. You were late by 20 days to the game as you bought it 20 days after launch. I think we had texted 2 weeks or something. It was explained duping. Duping is short for duplicating. It's basically the ability to duplicate items in a game. So there were, when launch came out, I believe there was a way that you could, from Harko Village or Arakeen, dupe stuff from the, I think maybe it was I think it was like using a lag switch with the transit Thopter person. It was a whole thing. That's what duping is. It's just duplicating. It's people making their items into 2 items rather than 1 item. You saw it in Ashes of Creation, where people would turn on like a lag switch and it would you'd convince the server that the item existed in both places at once. Weird. Weird behavior. Yeah, imagine removing progress from yourself. Exactly, yeah. You hope they make the economy more significant at some point. That will largely be down to us on our individual server. There's a duping glitch people are using in Ark at the moment. That's just sad. That's just sad. Like, Ark's not even like, there's not even like a player-driven market in Ark like there is in Tarkov. Like, you know, for people to actually, like, you know, make money off of each other. That's just about skipping progression in Ark. I guess fine, whatever. If it's not interrupting other people's progression, I care less. But it's still just kind of boring, right? The Hegro, yeah, if you're on a public server like that, the economy will be fucked, yeah. You missed me, Luther? I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Not close enough for the Wii. Yeah, Sag. People are throwing like 50 Leaper Pulse units with the duping? That's disgusting. It was something we were getting killed by the taxi person. Your inventory would be on the floor and fully respawned. Yeah, see, I don't understand it. I didn't. We banned a few people who were standing by the taxi person. Their inventory would be on, like, they were just dying. So we did clear a couple of people out who I could see was doing it. But ultimately, you know, you can never catch everyone. I can't just sit there and watch the method 24/7 to see if anyone's doing it. It's not going to work. So difficult one, that one. But I'm glad that those dupes are indeed gone. Yes. Duping in Ark is essentially deleting gameplay for yourself. 100% make it, yeah. I just don't understand it. Although, am I right in saying that after you reach a certain level cap in Ark, money equals skill points? Or is that, have I got the wrong end of the stick there? Yeah, I have to sleep sometimes for it, I know. It's wild. Haven't played much Ark yet. These people seem to be getting increasingly toxic and exploiting. Well, the people who are enjoying the game get forced away by toxic players. It's the same thing that happens in any kind of online-based game, is that eventually the toxic players will continue being toxic and getting a rise out of the good players, in quotation marks. Those players who are engaging with the game meaningfully will leave, and you'll end up with a toxic player base. That's what happens if you don't deal with exploits and issues. You could dupe inside your base by deleting building multiple times, duping map. Oh, that's grim. What, just rapidly building and deleting? Grim. Be nice in June if money meant skill points. Got enough cash to fill the... Exactly, yeah. Expedition, you need 5 mil and you get extra skill points and inventory space. Yeah, see... And what happens if you do multiple expeditions in a row? Like, if I did, you know, if I did expedition 1, 2, and 3, would I actually have additional skill points for all 3 of those? Or do you only just keep the one for the most recent expedition you've done? I don't really understand the expedition system in Ark. I kind of, checked out at one point. You're currently farming up snow in Hightail for a Christmas project for December. Wow, okay, that's commitment in advance. Can I ask the devs to give us a spice-infused Greggs? I'll have a word. You know, I'll have a word. Because you asked so nicely, you understand. Sandcrawler, storage, fuel. Yeah, that's everything I need. Ads incoming. The ads will indeed be here in 1 minute, so thank you for giving me the heads up, Nessa. During the ads chat, I get up and stretch my legs. I will make sure I do that again. My back is just about holding level for now, so we're okay. I will keep monitoring it as ever and keep you all updated. But during the ads, make sure that you get yourselves some food, get yourself some drink, you know, have a bit of a rest up. Grab whatever you need, because, you know, you gotta look after yourself in the same way I gotta look after myself. So, what? Be right back, chat. Yeah, make sure you're unscrungling. I've unscrungled, but it does not appear to be fully successful. For a start, I can feel lots of tingling in my right leg, which is not great. The only excuse me. The only Taco Taco said the only issue I currently have is the mob skill level. I started playing beginning of January, was used to a certain level of pain. Now I just get abolished in places that I could slightly handle before, but I'm struggling hard trying to get to tier 5 gear to be able to handle them. Which enemies are you fighting that you're struggling to get to tier 5 gear? Because ultimately, the new enemies in the game shouldn't really be fought if you haven't got tier 5 gear. You'll need to make sure that you've got, you know, tier 5 or 6 gear to fight them. If you haven't got tier 5 yet, focus on Duralumin inside of Haga Basin before you're focusing on doing the new content, because the new mobs shouldn't be that difficult. If you're struggling in Haga Basin, you shouldn't need to fight enemies in order to get Duralumin. So to get to tier 5 gear, you shouldn't need to specifically fight any enemies. You need steel. Oh no, sorry, you need aluminium, which you harvest from the top of the stacks with an ornithopter. And you need jasmium, which you can harvest just out in the open in the Sheol. So you shouldn't need, in order to get to tier 5, to fight the new enemies. So where are you encountering those enemies, Taco Taco, that you feel like you need to be fighting? Sandflies mining aluminium, still in Haga. Most of my issues are in labs. It depends on which labs you're doing. My advice to you would be either find someone else in your world to run with you, so use your local chats or use a Discord server, for example, to find other players who might be interested in running with you to help out. Secondly, maybe think about the tactics and the skills you're using. That might be an option for you. So if you're struggling against certain enemies in the Sandflies, spec your build to deal with them. Use heavier armor. We're not talking about A-band labs, Coriel Stras, we're talking about Haga Basin. So that's not an issue. Yeah, Oberon, you know, as Oberon says, you could also join our servers. If you're looking for a Taco Taco, we do run North American-based servers for the community. Nah, you're alright, Coriel Stras. It's alright. You're about to talk to a new server that invites me to a guild. That should help. That should help you a lot, Taco. Yeah, there you go. Am I ranged or melee? Or you mean Taco, Lazy Bulldog? Personally, I'm mostly melee with occasional smattering of range. But yeah, joining a new server that invites you to a guild, having guildies to play with will probably make a difference if you're individually having a difficult time. If you have skill issues, you'll fit right in with us. It's hilarious. You mostly range because you apparently suck at melee. Fair enough. That's all right. Some people prefer melee. Some people prefer range. There's lots of advantages to either one of them. You don't suck at melee if you don't like the feel of it. Ultimately, the game's feel of melee isn't in a great spot sometimes. You melee with the flamethrower? That's a good combo. I melee with the las gun. That's what I do. Las gun better than flamethrower. Again, too far away for me to hear you across the comms. Sag. I feel like you guys might be right about the 2x1s. It might mean I need to create a third. Rude. Yeah, I need to make it... Actually, I think I just need to make it wider. I have a plan here. Luther, do you want me to let you into this base? It's not finished yet, but I can do that. Where can you get the las gun? It's a low drop rate inside any of the new labs or other areas of the game. Luther, give Matt access. We will give Demnar access, or this co-owner. We will add in... Where's Sabu Marang? Sabu's here. We'll give Spook access. Give Freya access. Give Delchant access. Okay, well apparently it's just bugged now. At this point, I should be giving guild access to people, let's be honest. Like, I don't even know who's still playing and who's not. There's Luther. House burst drill shot? Interesting. I'm not really a big fan of the burst drill shots, I have to say. Interesting that you do like them. I'll give myself a nice fresh one as a gift to myself. Thank you. Someone else can organize it. Once the base is here, someone else will... I'll come back on and someone will have made all of the remaining containers and organized it. But broadly, we're set up with a decent amount of storage space and we can make some holes in the floor for additional vertical storage, that kind of thing. What I can do now, however, is this. I can take out the chassis... And we'll do this. I wonder if I can fit the sandcrawler alongside this. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? It's been built by character. Well, that's an interesting one. Another object. Okay, fine. Six, and then we'll do one. I have no idea what's going on with this carrier either, color-wise. Times 2 on the dual blades, very satisfying to the dual blades are just a very satisfying weapon all around, to be honest with you. I quite like the dual blades and they've done a good job with them. I still think that's going to be too narrow. No, Luther, no, Luther, stop. God fucking damn it. Dude, if I wanted to make holes in the base, I would. I'm trying different things around. Come on. Thank you. I'm testing things out. That's why I haven't given people access yet. Like, I didn't say it was ready. It's not. Let it cook. Let it cook. There we go. Nice. So this fits. So basically, having one of these carrier size wide means that we can fit 2 of these in here. So I've got crap bag, and we've got, you know, other people's crap. So this is fine. Again, chat. Remember, you can't have any objectionable content in here, but you can write other people's crap. Normally it will let me. Okay, must not contain leading or ending blank spaces. Okay, what about this? You gonna let me do this? Or is it getting concerned about the apostrophe, is it? How about this? Fun complers. Fun complers. Why? Rename vehicle just won't do that. They changed this. That's not great. That changes my plans if they did change this. You used to be able to park a carrier pretty much perfectly on top of one of these sand crawlers without clipping issues. They fixed that. Gross. Can't believe it. Very rude of them. How dare they fix that issue? Someday the wings will get in the way. God forbid. If they make it so the wings get in the way, chat, I'm fucked. Yeah, you know what? That's good enough. We'll give that a go. Like a goal. Yeah, exactly. Good enough, right? Luther, Seminar, Taboo. Access to that. We'll change its name to Spice Huffer. Okay, I just can't rename any vehicles right now. I might actually have to do a relog. I don't think you can make a pen shield big enough to handle the wings on a carrier. Possibly not. That's definitely a concern I would have. The carrier looks like a jumping spider from the front. I mean, I guess I'll give you that, yeah. Honestly, the wings on the ornithopters need to have all collision removed from them, people and vehicles. There is a line of realism versus fun, and having the vehicle wings be something that, like, how many people get stuck on their ornithopter wings semi-frequently? There you go. Far too often. Every time you get out of it, yep, me, wave, me, yep. What do you mean semi? Well, yeah, there you go. So this is my point. If you made the wings interactable with everything, imagine how often you'd be having the problems that you are currently having with those wings, but everywhere. It would suck. It would suck so badly. All of you know it. All of you know you don't want to have the you don't want to have the wings be fully interactive with the environment. Like, while you love the Harko Scout skin, I hate that I collide with the dorsal fin all the time. Yeah, remove some of the collision on the wings, remove the collision on everything, would be better. You would clip the side of a mountain and cause you to go crashing into the ground or quicksand. Exactly. I fully believe they should get rid of the clipping and the physical interactions of the wings at any point. Because if you jump on the wings of a falling ornithopter, you kind of just bounce off of them and kind of semi-stick to them. When the wings fold back, you get stuck on them. Like, just make the wings non-interactable. I'm going to be honest with you, it's more fun to have the wings something that you don't physically interact with. Like, the game would just feel better. It would fix some of the interactive problems that we as players have, and it's friction for no reason. Why do we need this friction? Why? Whenever I get out of the assault ornithopter, it basically plonks me on the ground behind it or on top, and I get caught by the wings either way. And it's annoying because it drops you at the back. The wings take a few seconds to fold in, and by the time that you've started moving, you're getting messed around by the wings that have just finished folding in. You're just like, oh, every single time it's a horrible pain in the ass. The board demands friction? No, no friction. Yeah, because I'm in the deep desert, I have to wait longer. I'm going to be honest with you, I might just deconstruct this one and allow someone else to store theirs in that gap, because I can just do this. This one can just live in these containers for now. I don't need 2 of my own ones deployed. There's a spare one there. Did I try pressing enter? Yep. So someone can basically drop their other one in there. Or I could make it one wider and just put the sandcrawler down there and park the carrier over the back of it. That's the other option, which is, I guess, probably more sensible now. I can't. Well, I want to be able to rename my sandcrawler, though. Why can't I call it Spice Huffer? Or making me sad. Wonder if there are... Can I segment it like that? Name it the Snorter 6000. Big bento box because it's full of bodies. That's good fun. That's a funny one. And I feel like this is actually 4 long rather than 3 long. I'll need to play around with this base design. I also don't know how many people are actually playing and utilizing it, which is another challenge. Like a golf. Perfect. Yeah, I need to move the separator in the middle. That's what I need to do. Then, if I park my carrier on the edge of this with my tail over that lip. Perfect. That'll work. Special. I'm guessing that because of the yeah, I can't place anything on it because of the vehicles that are there, but fine. If I move the vehicles out, I can probably place down the walls, etc. I really don't like how under tension that sandcrawler is. I mean, look at it. Like, that's... That's what I don't like about that anymore. If you turn the sandcrawler around, it works better. So you can actually park over the rear end of the sandcrawler better. But alternatively, if we do it this way, you can have your box and you can have, you know, a sandcrawler, and you can basically, like, we can use in front of here for our actual small ornies or for the assault ornies as well. So I feel like this way kind of works. We do still have, you know, a 3x3 area here for parking on, or maybe even 3x3.5. You don't need a crawler driver. You've just skilled for harvesting. I need to check my skills again. I'm not gathering skills for harvesting right now, but we're getting there on the whole crafting side. You know, for people, not gonna work. If you want to make a hole in the floor on that side for the other carrier to match this, we can. That will work now. I was just testing things out. So if you do want to make another hole in the floor for your carriers, Luther and Sabu, etc., on the other side, you can. It'll just match. As long as we have like one whole side that we can use for storage, which will work with this layout, we can just cut another hole in the floor that matches on the other side of this. Because this is, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means this should also be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we just cut the other side, if you actually want to do that, we can do this. And then demolish these roof ones. So if I change them from above the floor, we should be able to see. Yeah, I think we could very easily get rid of those 3. If you want to do a 3x3, or even a 4, you can even do a 4x4, I reckon. 3. So this is 4x3 currently. So 4x3 works if it's facing out into the structure. So actually, it would also change these ones. Wonder with hitbox change we can't do 6. Yeah, we can't do 6 carriers anymore. Please don't do that. We'd have to really like build the base differently to do it. Luther can apparently rename things. It's just me who can't. We'll try one more time. Pressing enter doesn't work. Ah. Six carriers, you're taking what at the same time? At one point we managed to fit 6 carriers into a 1-siege base. Like a one claim unit base. It was a pretty tight fit. It won't save? Okay, so it sounds like it might be a server problem rather than a... Oh, hello. Hey, Bailey. Meow to you too. Yeah, what is it? Have you been sleeping upstairs? I'll fix the camera and then everyone in chat can see you. There you go. Hi, baby. He's a lovely boy. A lovely boy. Right. Yeah, it was a good boy. Are you looking for a butt scritch? Is that what it is? Yeah, you are. You want a butt scritch. You keep putting your claws into the carpet to get a better grip. You're hilarious. Meow. Hi. Who's a baby? Who's a baby? Yeah, it's you. You're a baby. Name the vehicle, then click out of the box. I'm spam clicking, it's not working. You said perfect landing. Where's the landing gear? You want to be clear, if you think that's a perfect landing, where's the landing gear? There you go, now there's landing. Now that's a better landing now. Yeah, there needs to be landing gear for it to count as landing. Just to be clear. Because you have to park on the roof of your own thing.
Where is this landing gear then?
Where's this landing gear? It's right here. You can't see it? That's a skill issue. If you can't see it, skill issue. Landing gear is very clearly parked on the cabin.
It's inside the crawler cab.
Yes, this one's just This one's just anchored to the box, I guess, through the floor. As long as you can see the, if anything, my parking is actually tighter because I'm not as far forward. So, there is that. They're over this line. Disgraceful. Hi! You're such a baby, aren't you? You want attention and fuss? Is that what you want? You want food as well? You always want food. Of course you do. Yeah, but otherwise you'll end up fat if you have chicken all the time. Despite what he might want, he might always want the chicken. Hello.
Just look at my dragonfly.
I, for a second, thought that said Sabu's big box of IBS, and I was like, wait, what? Ah. Ooh. Curious if huffing is a banned word. It won't let me do anything with it. It's not the huffing. Look, if I did, Vice crawler doesn't work, clicking away doesn't work. Chat lost the game doesn't work. Hi. It's nothing to do with being a banned word. It's literally, for some reason, it isn't saving right now. Restart? What, restart the entire server? No. It might just be a bug in the deep desert. I don't know what it is. I'm not just going to go around needlessly restarting it. I could just not rename my stuff. It's not that big of a deal, guys. It's only being able to rename stuff. It's not the end of the world. We'll deal with it in a bit. I'm not going to get hugely involved or upset about it. You still know which one you can still tell that it's my one based on the coloration and stuff, so you know. See, there's a bug you can't rename, so it's a problem in the deep desert. So there's a problem in the deep desert wide that on any server you can't rename stuff in the deep desert for some reason, which makes sense because we renamed that box. We renamed in the Haga Basin. Well, okay, I'm quite a long way away from my screen B, but okay, fine. Does it classify them as swatches? Well, look, if the swatch of the this matches this, you'll know who this is based on just the name. Done. Do this. Grab a door. Nice. Bungless announced a hotfix. Hope it's related. Do we know what's going into that hotfix yet? And also, when is that hotfix? Is it tomorrow while the server's alive? So go and have a look. Meow. Yeah, you're a good baby boy. Let's see, in 16 hours, 9 a.m. expected downtime 2 hours. That's, I did say to you earlier that I would be surprised if we didn't get a hotfix announcement today. You want a belly rub? Yeah? Okay, yeah. That's a good boy. You're such a big baby, aren't you? Yeah. You want a belly rub too? Okay. Okay. Look at that sweet baby boy. Relogging fixed your rename issue? It didn't for me. Who knows? Okay, so we've got a little rock here. So let's do this. Hi. Yeah, you're so adorable, Bee. Hello. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing under the desk? Yeah, you like the heat fan, don't you? I know that you like the heat fan. There you go. Bunch of people have access, so that's good. What would you I mean, I'm not offering you guys a belly rub. With all the love in the world, like, you know, I really like you guys being here, but I'm not offering you belly rubs. That's a recipe for disaster, I'm gonna be really honest with you. Yeah, you're adorable, aren't you? Can you guys see B? Such a baby. Such a sweet boy. Oh, you wouldn't believe that he's 16 years old, would you? Some of them would drop if would drop whatever ridiculous amount of subs you put a number on that, probably, but it would be very horrifying. So I don't want to. Maybe subathon goals. We'll see. That's a bit of an issue. We probably want a little bit more of that, don't we? Do not like flying with that few cells on me. We're gonna need to bring some more fuel out here for people. I've only brought 5 cells with me, really. There you go. That frees up some inventory space. Okay, so we're now set up to some sand crawling later on / tomorrow. 1 million subs from here, $5 million. You can get a belly rub. I think that I'm not that classy a hoe. It would be cheaper than that if I were to, you know, to be charging for that kind of service. Yeah. Sabu's Buggly Wuggly. Thanks, Sabu. Good job. Sabu's big box of bullshit. And also, is it Sabu's maid? Okay, nice. Nice. Okay, let's go and have a fly around. Well, I quite like the spook. I'm not a big fan of that swatch as such on the Ornithopter, but I think it looks good. The coloration's nice. Oh, 1 second, chat. Let me just. The camera seems to be freaking out. Give me a second. Play around with this. Oh, we're gonna fly through the spice plume. Is that what we're doing, B? Okay. Okay, chat. Big breath in. Remember? Oh yeah. Delightful. We love that. That's really energizing. See, yeah. You wanna go again? Another one, big sniffer, chat. You ready for the big sniffer? Yeah? Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Yeah, that was a very big sniff, chat. Very big sniff. Proud of you all. We did good there. We did good. Yeah, yeah. That is kind of ridiculous, but it is very funny to do. Now, yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you? Someone's made a ground-based base? I can't believe it. Why would you make your base on the ground when you can make your base in the sky? This looks almost too organized. This is a... I'm guessing this has used a Solido blueprint for that. Yeah, hi. Yeah? Okay. You're right, B. You're right. You're right. We have stuff to do. We can stop fucking around. Oh, you're such a beautiful cat, aren't you? You're so friendly. Ah, what is it, little guy? You want love? Okay. You're just down sitting by my feet, are you? Okay. So as I was saying to you guys earlier, my back was pretty painful earlier, and I was like, well, I'll give it until 3:30, and if it's not feeling better, I'll stop. I got to 3:30, and it was doing okay. Looking for active hardcore guild. No, I've already got an active hardcore guild, but all right, thank you, Matt. I'm about 700-800 hours in. B needs cuddles, and my back is actually not getting any better. We held out for 6.5 hours or 6 hours or so. So I am going to raid us out of here. That's what I'm going to do. We are going to go and raid Thor. Do we need any more fuel and welding wire? Yes, Spook, we likely will. You guys are very welcome. Thank you all for being here. I'm sorry that today is a very short stream comparatively for me. It's only 6 hours. You know, I normally go for about 8. I'm going to go and chill with B. As you can see, he's staring at me, slow blinking, because he wants love and fuss. You're such a baby. Yeah, I love you. So we are going to go and raid... We're going to go and raid Thor. The raid message will be this. It's literally just going to be Chrono Lemon Democracy in capital letters. This will be the raid message. I will spam that when I go over there as well. No, Oberon, no. I'm going to go and lie down and let the healing power of a cat on my lap work. I will see you all in Thor's chat in a second, though. I'll be there on my mobile. So I will see you guys in a second. So thank you all for being here. Thank you over on YouTube. I hope you are doing well. And I'll be back tomorrow as normal for the stream. We'll be doing more Dune. We will do some sand crawling. We're not going to let those ads run. Screw you, Twitch. No more ads for you. You take too long. I'll catch you all later. Thank you all very much for being here. And I really, really appreciate the love and support for me and for Bailey. I will catch you all soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you, YouTube. Appreciate you. Oh, if you're... One sec, let me grab this for you over on YouTube. The stream is ending, Matt, but I've sent you that link. If you join that, you should be able to join our servers. And we've got plenty of active hardcore guilds. So you would be free to join us, Matt. I had to end the stream now, but I'll catch you